when they were about to face down all manner of things worse than anyone's deepest, darkest nightmares. Alex and the rest of his team did what they could to keep their spirits up. There was an old song they used to hum whenever heading on missions, the low sound of that tune giving them just a marginal boost to their morale. It never did all that much to numb the sense of impending doom the team all collectively felt, but it was better than sitting in a transport unit in silence, letting the dread get to them. Even though it had been a while since Mobile Task Force Epsilon had been dispatched on their current assignment, and they all had hummed it together as they shipped out, Alex found himself trying to remember the words to that old song. Smile through your fear and sorrow, then maybe tomorrow you'll see the sun come shining through. It was pretty hard for Alex to keep a smile on his face after losing so many of his teammates and seeing what the Grinner had done to them. The trail had gone cold again, much to the disdain of the team's commanding officer. Receiving a number of new sightings and witness reports, the SCP Foundation had sent the remaining members of MTF Epsilon, also known under the codename Tyrfing Black, out on another hunt for SCP-4910. The creature had been at large for years now, with every attempt the Foundation had made to capture it ending in grisly, gut-churning failure. 57 separate times they had sent their personnel after this anomaly on the loose, and not all of them had come back. Although Alex often found himself thinking of the ones that had returned, and seeing photos of how they had changed in the after-action reports. Not to mention the bodies. Those that made it back ended up looking virtually unrecognizable as human beings. After having seen what happened to them, maybe it was better not to know what gruesome fate had befallen the ones who were still missing in action, he told himself, keeping that train of thought private. Tracking SCP-4910 brought its own plethora of issues, naturally, or the Foundation would have secured it by now. The creature had some way of interfering with recording devices, rendering them completely useless. And of course, that meant that Tyrfing Black had little to no clue what the monster actually looked like. Given that it disrupted any and all recording equipment, including cameras and audio devices, the task force's hands were somewhat tied. It forced Alex and his teammates to try and locate it through more old-fashioned means, following up on eyewitness reports, a lot of which led them to a dead end. Every now and then, however, one of these sightings would prove to be genuine. The quickest way to tell was usually if a person living near the place where a report came in from had gone missing lately. Civilians were SCP-4910's main source of food, and a recent disappearance in the area, paired with the sighting of something large and four-legged, usually meant that the beast had come out of hiding to feed again. "All right, listen up, team," Commanding Officer Sawyer announced. With the level of militaristic speed and discipline expected of them by the Foundation, Alex and the other members of the Mobile Task Force quickly filed out of the transport and fell in, ready and waiting to receive their orders. "Now, you all know the reason why we're here." Sawyer strode back and forth, arms behind his back as he addressed what was left of his unit, 3 operatives, not including himself. "Even so, it is imperative you don't forget it either. So these are the facts. Today, the anomaly designated as SCP-4910 is still running wild. But if we have anything to say about it, then that sucker won't be running for much longer." The 3 troops gave a quick chant in agreement, although Alex kept quiet, just mouthing along. He wasn't exactly sure that they would actually ever catch up to the Grinner. So little footage of the monster even existed, meaning the team still had little to no clue what this thing was, or if they were even equipped to fight it. And then again, a huge part of him didn't want to ever find SCP-4910, knowing what it had done to the fallen former members of Mobile Task Force Epsilon. "So here's the latest," Commander Sawyer continued, silencing the team. "Approximately 12 hours ago, we received a message from one of the Foundation's field operatives. This agent has been in deep cover living in a nearby town for a number of years." As he spoke, the commanding officer gestured down the high ridge that they had landed on. Far below, sitting in the center of a huge dip in the earth, was a small township. There was barely enough room for more than a few hundred people at most. All around this small urban center, bordering the entire town in an almost perfect circle, was a dense forest. It was ideal cover for the monster, and Alex could see on his teammates' faces that they all knew it too. With them in the town, there was no way they could cover every possible avenue of approach. "This operative, is he the one that called in the eyewitness report?" One of the team, Warren, piped up and asked. "That is correct, Agent Warren," Sawyer confirmed. "That agent has agreed to meet us at a rendezvous a few clicks north of here. The four of us will circumnavigate the town, stick to the cover of these woods as we head out to make contact with him. From there, he'll guide us to where the creature was sighted." The team gave little response, just a few low murmurs expressing their collective apprehension. In a strange way, Alex found it comforting that, at the very least, he wasn't the only one having some serious reservations about potentially coming face to face with SCP-4910. "Now, boys," their commander sighed. "I get it. All of us have been trying to catch this freak for a long while, and we've lost a lot of good people from our unit along the way. But we are Turfing Black, you hear me? You all know what that name means. Turfing, as the sword from Norse mythology, cursed to kill every time it was drawn. And that's us. That is exactly what we are gonna do when we finally find this monster. For all our fallen brothers and sisters, by the time we're done with it, the Grinner will be smiling out from the other side of its ugly face. Now let's move out, double time!" With a half-hearted cheer, the squad prepared to start their hike through the forest that encircled the town. The four survivors of Mobile Task Force Epsilon fanned out, keeping close enough to see and hear each other, but not too close that they were clustered together. The more they huddled up, the easier it would be to take them out if the Grinner was able to get the jump on them. Although he should have been keeping his eyes forward, looking out for any tracks the creature might have left, Alex couldn't help checking over his shoulder. The sun was getting lower and lower in the sky, the day rapidly turning to night. Before long, their visibility would be compromised, severely limited by the lack of natural light. It was then he looked to his fellow team members, Warren and Jones. Besides Alex himself and the squad's commander, they were the only Turfing Black operatives left. Warren had always been the more brash and outspoken of the group, willing to stand up and question the orders of Commanding Officer Sawyer. Alex could tell Warren was having the same worries about this plan as he was. The thick tree line gave them plenty of cover, but could also easily work to the monster's advantage, allowing it to sneak up and get the drop on the team with relative ease. But both Alex and Warren also knew that if the MTF was pushed back towards the town, they would be trapped, like fish in a barrel, just waiting to be picked off by SCP-4910. Jones was walking slightly ahead of the others, his gaze rapidly scanning back and forth across the forest before them. He was the team's most accomplished tracker, meaning he was always on the lookout for anything that could give them a better idea as to where the Grinner was heading, or if it was nearby. From scratches on tree bark, to series of inhuman, unnatural footprints belonging to a large quadruped beast, and, of course, trails of blood or bodies. If there was a sign, Jones would find it. Much like Alex, the other two operatives had become more than a little jaded with their ongoing hunt for the elusive entity. But on top of that, not either one of them would admit it to the others. They were scared of it too. The things this creature were capable of were enough to make anyone think twice about wanting to find it. As much to quell his own fear and sorrow, as well as that of his teammates, Alex started humming the tune to Smile, just loud enough for them to hear, but quiet enough, he hoped, to not draw any unwanted attention. It was already dark by the time Turfing Black was beginning to approach the coordinates where they had arranged to meet the Foundation agent. Commander Sawyer had given his troops a silent hand signal, and all of them had lowered their night vision goggles affixed to their helmets. Through the fuzzy green hue of the optics, Jones was the first to spot a figure leaning against a tree, waiting for them in the distance. "Sir," he whispered to Sawyer, catching his attention and then making a gesture towards the vaguely human shape in the shadows ahead of them. Looking to where Jones had pointed, Alex and Warren could see the agent waiting for them. Following their commander's lead, they paced steadily towards the undercover operative. It was only as they stepped closer that they realized he wasn't moving. "Agent Manning?" Sawyer called out to him, trying to keep his voice as hushed and low as possible. No response. Manning was still, propped up against a tree trunk. The team were a few feet from him now, while the commander stepped up to the agent and turned him around by his shoulder, only to recoil at what he saw. Manning's eyes were open but remained unblinking and lifeless, but that was far from the worst thing that had happened to his face. A huge, disproportionate grin had stretched his mouth wider than was natural. Masses of jagged, uneven teeth had taken root, pushing from under his tongue and the roof of his mouth, filling his airways with thick clusters of yellowy white enamel. There were so many new teeth sprouting from Manning's face that new, fixed and unsettling smiles had started to form, splitting open his cheeks. "Back! Back!" Sawyer told his men in an urgent, hushed whisper. "Remember, boys, we don't know how contagious this thing is." Given they had never seen it in the flesh, that was true. All previous failed attempts at bringing in SCP-4910 had ended with victims displaying similar signs of some unknown anomalous infection. Whatever it was, it seemed to have spread from the creature itself, causing human beings to overproduce masses of teeth. This started with new clusters of dentins painfully tearing through the mouth until the victim could no longer speak or breathe properly. If given enough time, the teeth would begin forming elsewhere on the body, below the neck in places they shouldn't be. The lucky ones, not that there were many of them, had managed to get themselves medical attention soon after they had been exposed. Within an hour, maybe two at best, of an encounter with SCP-4910, there was still a chance of saving one of its victims through intensive dental surgery, but 3 or 4 hours afterward, and it would already be too late. Hearing the distant snap of a twig, Jones turned with his weapon raised, arms locked in a combat-ready stance. "Possible contact," he declared, aiming his gun into the deep, shadowy forest. Matching his bearing and targeting the same area, Sawyer gave a hand signal to Alex and Warren, urging them to lock and load. Lifting their rifles, they covered the opposite direction, just in case someone, or something, came dashing out of the forest at them from the other direction. For a few moments, everything was still, although certainly not calm in the last part. Feeling a bead of sweat crawl down the back of his neck, Alex lifted a hand to wipe his face clean, the only sound being the low, panting breaths of the 4 MTF agents. That was when he saw a shadow move, just ahead of him, darting between the trees before vanishing from the view of his optics once again. It was at least the size of a horse, far bigger than Alex had expected, and able to move around astonishingly fast on its 4 legs. "Movement this side," he announced, alerting his teammates. "It's toying with us," Sawyer muttered. "With respect, how is that possible, sir?" Warren asked. "It's an animal, isn't it?" "It's a hunter," Jones replied. "We need to move. Our visibility's no good with all these trees around," the commander whispered. "On my mark, we make our way towards the town." "But sir, we'll be sitting ducks down there. It can flank us from any side," Warren argued. "We're better off down there. At least we have streetlights to help see it coming," Alex interjected, mainly just making an excuse to get as far away from the encroaching entity as possible. "This isn't up for discussion," Sawyer said, taking command. "Head for the town, that's an order. On my count, 3, 2, contact!" Jones shouted. The deafening noise and blinding muzzle flash of his weapon firing quickly followed as he sprayed bullets wildly at the shape that was barreling through the forest towards the team. Alex turned to see what was happening, only for Sawyer to yell at the top of his voice, almost drowned out by the gunfire. "Go and get out of here now!" Obeying his orders, Alex turned his heels and sprinted towards the low orange light of the nearby town, just visible at the edge of the tree line. Warren was next to him, matching his speed, their heavy tactical gear that was strapped to their bodies jostling back and forth each time one foot came down on the forest floor. Glancing back over his shoulder, Alex saw Jones had ceased fire and was running up behind them. Further back was Sawyer, with the Grinner bearing down on him. The commanding officer of Tyrfing Black had his weapon raised, fingers squeezing down on the trigger. Every round he fired illuminated part of the forest for a split second. Alex couldn't make out the creature in any great detail, not while also running further and further away, increasing his distance from it. All he could make out from this far was a fleshy, quadrupedal mass galloping straight for Sawyer. He was yelling to get SCP-4910's attention, the sound of his war cries carrying over the night air. As the 3 MTF agents broke through the tree line and reached the edge of the forest, their commander's shouts quickly turned into screams of intense pain and unspeakable horror, and then fell silent. Alex wasn't sure if the creature had attacked and eaten him, or caused more of those unnatural teeth to fill Sawyer's mouth, blocking his screams permanently. Reaching the town, every road was completely deserted, gently lit by the dim glow of orange streetlights. Tiny rural stores and independent businesses had their doors bolted tight, Rolled-down shutters locked up for the night, meaning hiding in one of the buildings wasn't an option. Panting, Alex leaned over and put his hands on his knees, trying desperately to catch his breath. "Now what?" Warren asked, the terror in his voice impossible to miss. "That thing's gonna be here any second. We need to get away from here as fast as we can and then send word to the Foundation," Alex answered, speaking between deep, breathless wheezes. "Tell them we need backup, that this thing is too dangerous for only 3 of us to take on." "There may not be enough time for that," Jones chimed in, standing a few paces away from the others. He had been staring down the long stretch of the street they had stopped at, frozen to the spot, barely moving a muscle. Both Alex and Warren turned to look in the same direction, and there it was, only a few feet away under the light of a street lamp. It was almost like SCP-4910 was waiting for them to catch their breath, intelligent enough to know its hunt wasn't yet over. Alex, having now finally gotten a better look at the monster, instantly wished he hadn't. It made him feel sick, like there was a lump lodged in the back of his throat. The Grinner stood atop 4 pink, sinewy legs, its body just a formless mass of pure musculature that looked like it had been sculpted out of the same tissue that human gums are made from. It lacked a neck, instead having a pair of massive jaws poking out between its front shoulders, a dark, marble-like eye on either side of its head. SCP-4910's wide, almost crocodilian jaws parted, showing off what had earned it the ironic nickname of the Grinner. It presented a gaping maw of crooked, uneven teeth, with more clusters of enamel protruding from its back, elbows, and head. These teeth even formed the hooves it walked on. At this distance, it was hard to tell if the sickening yellow coloring of the teeth was purely because of the streetlights, or that they had been stained and covered in plaque. Alex tried to contain a cough in his throat, his stomach feeling like it was folding over itself at the sickening sight of SCP-4910. He started spluttering, wondering if he was about to vomit, given the lingering feeling at the back of his throat, like the sensation one gets when something is forcing its way up the esophagus, but it was lodged. The feeling wasn't coming up and out of Alex's throat, it was stuck there. By now he was wheezing, desperately trying to breathe through relentless coughs. Jones kept his eyes on the creature, who was pacing slowly towards them now, keeping a distance but moving like a lion encircling its prey. Warren turned and kneeled down to Alex, slapping him hard on the back, trying to help him cough up whatever he was practically choking on. Alex's eyes started going misty, watering up as he gasped for air, still feeling that lingering feeling of being held right at the edge of being sick. In a final act of desperation, he jammed his fingers down his throat, trying to dislodge or dispel whatever was making him gag. That's when he felt it, a cluster of little, solid pieces embedded in the roof of his mouth. Teeth that hadn't been there before, hadn't grown naturally, but had just sprung out of his flesh, and more were growing. Pain filled his mouth, spreading over Alex's entire face as new jagged teeth came bursting through his gum line, overlapping with his natural set, tearing his jaw into a wide, crooked grin. Looking up through his tear-filled eyes, he could see the same uneven smile on the face of the Grinner as SCP-4910 began dashing towards its next prey. The devil on your shoulder, your guardian angel. These are expressions that we've all heard countless times. Of course, they're not supposed to be taken literally. None of us have a heavenly spirit looking over us and protecting us from harm, in the same way that nobody really has a little red-skinned imp whispering encouragement to commit atrocious deeds in someone's ear. They're metaphors. Guardian angel refers to any instance of seemingly divine intervention, but is more often a coincidence that ends up benefiting a person when they need it most. And the devil on your shoulder, that's temptation. The little voice in the back of your head that sometimes eggs you on to do something you know you shouldn't. But what if there was a being that was both a demonic, malicious creature that also acted as a guardian for someone unable to protect themselves? Is it even possible for a being to be both angel and devil? And who out there could ever qualify for such holy and hellish protection? Ombre Rouge was once a fairly normal place to live, a small Louisiana town in one of the smallest of these 50 United States. Its name was derived from the French language, translating to Red Shadow. an ominous name for a township that was otherwise so uninteresting and forgettable. In fact, if things had never panned out the way they had, Ombre Rouge would have stayed that way, just a place where nothing interesting ever happened. All of that changed, of course, when the disappearances started. For anyone who might be too young to remember them, the mid-2000s were a turbulent time. The Iraq War was in full swing, and a nationwide financial crisis was rapidly approaching. But in the midst of all this global chaos and instability, the residents of Ombre Rouge were soon to be caught in the thralls of their very own shared torment. At first, like with most bad things, it started small. One person went missing, an unfortunate occurrence, but not exactly unheard of. Sadly, these things happen, especially when you live so close to the swamplands of Louisiana. People wander out into the marsh under the searing heat of the sun, only to suffer heat stroke, collapse, and end up buried in the dark, dank mud, never to be seen again. Few of those living in the town took much notice of the first disappearance. Apart from the missing person's relatives, many just shrugged off the news. As sad as it was, most of the townsfolk were just grateful it hadn't happened to any of their own family or friends. Maybe it was that ignorance, that lack of vigilance or reaction, that meant a second resident would also be reported missing, not long after the first. But this time was different. Unlike the previous disappearance, this one had an eyewitness. Clement Donovan, known to locals as Clem, had spotted a passerby while taking out bags of garbage. This unassuming pedestrian was the second disappearance victim. Thinking little of the man who just seemed to be walking home, Clem went back inside. A split second later, he heard a scream from outside and rushed back to his dimly lit porch. It was there that Clem claimed he saw something retreating towards the nearby woods. However, Clem's wild story of something not quite human wasn't taken seriously by local police. He even managed to snap a grainy photo on his clamshell cell phone. But back in 2005, phone cameras were nowhere near as advanced as they are today. Most Ombre Rouge locals wrote Clem off as a crazy old man at best. But worst, it made him look like someone who was trying to exploit or make light of the disappearances, something that garnered him a lot of dirty looks from his neighbors. That was until a number of other residents started reporting they had also witnessed a humanoid creature. It's hard to say if any of these eyewitnesses were genuine and how many were just people latching on to Clem's story. Regardless, the disappearances hadn't stopped, and it didn't take long for an unknown organization to roll into Ombre Rouge after hearing the rumors of a creature sighting. A few residents, even the local sheriff's department, thought these shady figures were a division of forensic specialists here to aid in the investigations into the missing persons. The more conspiratorial folks living in the town had a different explanation, that the newcomers were a deep state-controlled top-secret government group, there to assess the possibility that there really was some kind of monster on the loose. Not long after this group had arrived in Ombre Rouge, the number of residents going missing seemed to dwindle. On the 18th of December 2005, they packed up and left town, giving no explanation to the local police. Nobody knew if this secretive foundation had actually uncovered the perpetrator responsible for all the disappearances, if there even was any creature like the rumors said. But whatever had transpired in that Louisiana swamp town, one thing was clear. The moment the foundation left, nobody else went missing from Ombre Rouge, or at least, not for over a decade. Before then, however, little else of note happened in Ombre Rouge after the initial spate of missing persons cases. This, apart from a car accident that took place just under a year after the various disappearances ended. A heavily injured man by the name of Simon Hayes was taken to a local hospital, suffering from a severe concussion. Simon had been involved in a collision with a car on the 11th of November 2006. The doctors that examined him determined that Simon had been left with short-term retrograde amnesia, a condition that affected all his memories from prior to the accident. It was due to this that he was unable to recall events that occurred in the years before he'd sustained his injuries. Now, what is it that makes a random, if unfortunate, car accident victim so significant? Well, Simon Hayes actually became the first person in Ombre Rouge to be declared missing in almost a decade. In 2016, 10 years after his accident, and 11 after the original slew of disappearances, Simon vanished when returning to his hometown in Louisiana to visit his family. Naturally, Simon Hayes wouldn't be the last familiar face to return to the town. A repetition of such similar and strange occurrences as before also brought the mysterious foundation rolling back in. Little did the townsfolk know, in the year that had followed the group's original exodus from Ombre Rouge, they had lost something. On the exact same day Simon suffered his accident, whatever it was the Foundation had left town with had managed to escape. Perhaps this was a purely coincidental occurrence, but what if it wasn't? After all, road traffic collisions take place all the time, all over the world. But an accident happening in a town with a history of people going missing, on the exact same day that this thing escaped captivity? Maybe there was a link between the two events. At the very least, the Foundation seemed to think so. Some of the more astute people living in the swampside town noticed black armored transport vehicles moving into their neighborhoods. Men in body armor locking down the whole of Ombre Rouge. These didn't seem like local police. They weren't even the National Guard, although they were certainly heavily armed enough to cause concern. This unit of specially trained operatives quickly took control of the entire township, their authority never questioned by the sheriff's department. The place was small enough, isolated by surrounding swamps and marshland, that it was easy for Mobile Task Force Epsilon-6 to get away with an operation like this. Before the people of Ombre Rouge had time to argue, the task force had already begun their investigation. The newest series of disappearances had started in 2016 with Simon Hayes mysteriously vanishing and had continued 2 years later in 2018. Just like the first spate back in 2005, there were sporadic and unconfirmed eyewitness accounts of a creature shaped like a human but considerably taller, almost 2 meters in height. Most witnesses reported only ever seeing this local boogeyman at nighttime, making it much harder to see in detail, although a few seemed to state its skin was deep red, unlike any natural human skin tone. While before, residents of the Louisiana swamp town had brushed off stories like this as nothing more than rumors and urban legends, the Foundation seemed pretty receptive to the idea of some kind of monster on the loose in the marshland. And after all, they had good reason to believe such an outlandish story, because it was the same creature that had already escaped from them in 2006. Continuing their investigation into the link between Simon Hayes and this creature, Mobile Task Force Epsilon-6, also known by the codename the Village Idiots, arrived at Hayes' place of residence. Kicking the door down, breaching the house, they began a room-by-room sweep, looking for any clues that would explain why the monster they'd captured escaped on the same day as Simon's accident. One of the MTF operatives uncovered something, an envelope stashed in the home Simon had grown up in. He opened it cautiously. A collection of papers that were contained inside came spilling out. There were a series of simple drawings on paper that seemed to be more than a few years old. The crudeness of the hand-scrawled pictures and age of the paper seemed to imply that they had been created by a child. A number of the drawings depicted the same thing, a red-skinned creature, just like the one the townsfolk had reported seeing. With them was a note, written by Simon's mother, which read, "Found these old drawings of yours. Thought you might like to see them again. Welcome home." There was a link, an unclear, maybe tangential connection, but one that was growing the more information the Foundation uncovered. Whatever this being was, a very young Simon Hayes had seen it while growing up in Ombre Rouge. Due to the short-term retrograde amnesia that he'd sustained after his accident, he wouldn't have remembered it, but perhaps this thing remembered him. Did that mean the pair of them might be linked somehow? Not just by coincidence, but some kind of connection that allowed the creature to escape its captivity on the exact day Simon had his car accident. A connection that had drawn Hayes back home to Ombre Rouge, or drawn the beast to Simon to kidnap him. Moving fast, MTF Epsilon-6 began to rapidly sweep the remainder of the town, searching for any further signs that would lead them to the whereabouts of either Simon Hayes or this elusive crimson-skinned boogeyman. They interviewed residents and chased cold leads, before eventually backing their target into a corner. The Foundation's MTF operatives mapped the location of every eyewitness report of the creature, using that information to track it back to a possible point of origin. It was a barn, left abandoned, practically falling apart as it stood in a state of disrepair just outside the small Louisiana town. Under the cover of darkness, The task force approached the wooden structure, weapons locked and loaded, keeping them trained on the barn. Cautiously moving closer, remaining on high alert, the squad activated their night vision. There was a low, almost undetectable sound of movement coming from within the barn. Slowly, the MTF's leader pushed open the wooden door and peeked inside. It was there he saw what they had been looking for. The thing that had escaped the Foundation over 10 years before. SCP-3631. A man and his monster. The beast was just over 6 feet tall, its skin a bloody shade of crimson, just as some of the eyewitnesses had described. It sported a pair of arms and bipedal legs, giving it a humanoid shape. However, that was exactly where its likeness to human beings ended. The creature, later designated as SCP-3631-1, lacked ears, eyes, or a nose, only a wide gaping maw of sharp teeth. Its face was covered in holes that twitched and puckered like smaller miniature mouths. In actuality, it used these orifices for various senses. It smelled, saw, and detected sounds through the holes in its otherwise mostly featureless face. As the members of MTF Epsilon-6 entered the barn stealthily, making sure not to alert SCP-3631-1, they sighted something else. Someone else was in the barn with it. A man. Not a dead victim or another monster like SCP-3631-1, but an actual, living, breathing human man. MTF Epsilon-6's commander gave his squad the signal to engage. Hearing the sounds of weapons cocking around it, the creature turned and snarled, crawling on all fours like an animalistic predator. At first, it reared back. It wasn't until one member of the task force approached that SCP-3631-1 retaliated, attacking the Foundation operatives in a frenzy. Following a prolonged and bloody exchange, MTF Epsilon-6 managed to subdue the creature and were able to once again return it to Foundation captivity. But this time, unlike back in 2005, they had SCP-3631-2 as well. As the red monster was prepped for transport, a survivor of the task force noticed something, an ID, perhaps a driver's license, on the man's person. The Epsilon-6 operative picked the card up, wiping away smears of blood with a gloved finger, enough to reveal a single familiar name printed on it: Simon Hayes. Before long, just like last time, the Foundation rolled back out of Ombre Rouge, leaving the Louisiana townsfolk none the wiser about what had happened there. Little did they know the red shadow hanging over their home had been lifted, but it had come at the cost of a number of disappearances that would remain unsolved. People who would never be found. Families forced to go on without ever getting answers. When he was returned to the Foundation's labs, SCP-3631-2 was sent for extensive examination. Given the severity of the invasive organ transplants he'd undergone, it was impossible to tell if he was, in fact, Simon. The creature had been regularly replacing the man's internal organs on a monthly basis whenever they showed signs of decay or failing. Somehow, despite the high risk of blood loss and infection posed by this crude form of surgery, the subject had remained alive, but he was unable to speak, conscious, but showing very limited responses to stimuli. Nobody knows why the carnivorous nocturnal monster SCP-3631-1 took this man captive. In the same vein, it is unclear why the creature felt such a need to protect him, going to such lengths as hunting for replacement organs from unwilling donors. Perhaps in a grisly, twisted way, SCP-3631-1 was this man's guardian angel, or maybe more a devil on his shoulder. I wonder, is it really possible for something to be both? Modern cognitive neuroscience tells us that our memories are about as reliable as a weatherman at your local news channel. When a couple is asked, "How did you first meet?" they are lured into romanticized reflection. They might recall locking eyes at a school dance. They might recall the night being just perfect, despite the truth being far from it. We don't remember the spilled punch, the stepped-on toes, or the stuttering. We only remember the X's and O's. Our memory doesn't find the needle by sifting through the haystack, but rather by lighting a match and setting the barn ablaze, until all that remains is the small piece of silver shining through the smoke. In this way, our memories are our best friends. They know exactly when to lie to us, feeding us misinformation about the past to satisfy ourselves in the present. Because if humans were capable of writing and recalling accurate personal accounts of their history, our memories would be stiff, unmarketable literature. And when a book gets boring, we tend to tap out. Just the same, when our lives get monotonous, we tend to give up. So we have our faulty, biased brains to thank us for our perceived happiness and fulfillment. Our inaccurate memory systems consequently help us hide trauma, contrive purpose, and infuse unique importance into an otherwise banal existence. But let it be known, not all cerebral restructurings are gifts from psychology. Some are curses from SCPs. Which of these two possibilities is more existentially terrifying is up to you. SCP-5040 is a non-existent Japanese horror film entitled Tears of Blood, which spontaneously manifests in human memories. SCP-5040 is a master of persuasion. Those affected by SCP-5040 will remember going to see the film, even when their supposed attendance would contradict empirical evidence. It manipulates the mind into unwavering faith. While humans occasionally stumble upon the self-awareness to question their recollection, there are no documented instances of an individual doubting this specific memory. Somehow, beyond the Foundation's understanding, SCP-5040 manages to suspend the skepticism of its victims. They accept the memory as canon, as brute fact. Victims of SCP-5040 do not need a ticket stub to know they have been to the theater, and SCP-5040 afflictions can occur any place where movies are shown. It even transcends laws and navigates social norms. In cultures where its content would usually be prohibited by regulations and frowned upon by the public, it still inserts itself into the memory of its prey, and once that memory is planted, it's an event that can't be forgotten. Like the birth of your first child, like your favorite football team winning the Super Bowl, like the employee number you punch in and out of work every day for the rest of your life. It stamps itself into the forefront of the subject's brain, waving its arm, pleading to be recognized, begging for attention. Descriptions of the film are always similar in nature, as are the circumstances and events surrounding the viewing. However, reports of SCP-5040's story and characters are never fully consistent from one subject to the next, and the film's setting, subplots, character names, and much of the dialogue are different for each viewer. Whether this is SCP-5040's intent or inadequacy is unclear. Casting also varies and appears largely arbitrary. A broad variety of Japanese performers and entertainment personalities, both living and deceased, have been said to star in the film, even when the actor in question has no real-life associations with the horror genre. Imagine famous Japanese actor Pat Morita, better known as Mr. Miyagi from The Karate Kid, being the lead in a horror film. Despite the fact this would be a noticeably strange casting decision, SCP-5040 would still be taken seriously. Despite any and all deviations from expectations of the medium, SCP-5040 is seen as legitimate. Kinks in its design are overlooked by the viewer, similar to how our sleeping selves most often don't recognize we are dreaming, even when we encounter flying horses, friends with banana fingers, and leprechauns playing Pot Limit Omaha in Chris Hemsworth's basement. This may be because, despite all of its quirks, the film's core is sturdy. Its beginning, middle, and end are always in agreement. It doesn't stray from Robert McKee's universal structure of story. Not even the sick, twisted M. Night Shyamalan himself could have created a cinematic experience quite like this. After conducting more than 300 interviews, researchers have constructed a detailed synopsis of SCP-5040's most consistent story elements and the most common sequence of events associated with the viewer's memory of their screening attendance. There is no matinee with this movie. Screenings always begin at sunset. If there are obstacles standing in the way of the subject's attendance, SCP-5040 will see them removed. Dentist appointments, drinks with a friend, a long procrastinated date with the treadmill. All these commitments for that day and time will be pushed down the subject's list of priorities, making way for the movie. They will learn that their plans have been canceled or resolved one way or another. The dentist's office burned to the ground. Your friend is suddenly sober. The model of treadmills at your gym have been recalled. Somehow, some way, time is freed up. And when life is kind enough to offer respite from personal and social obligations, it is modern humans' instinct to sit down and veg out. At this moment, the subjects decide to see a movie at a nearby theater. Upon arrival, the theater looks to be an entity in its own right. Long lines of patrons are like limbs extending from its center box office. Bright, blocky letters forming the film's title run across the marquee like a cheap tattoo. It is truly madness. A frenzied crowd gathers at the box office, pushing and shoving, clawing at the glass partition for a ticket. The entire theater has been reserved for this special event, a one-time only screening of a rare, critically acclaimed film. Admission is entirely free. But is it actually free? Or has the cost just not declared itself? When the subject reaches the auditorium, they scan their eyes over the sea of people. Heads emerge from the backs of almost every seat. They can only find one empty space, and they have to shuffle like a crab to get past the mass of other viewers. In their seat, they notice that a large number of people throughout the audience are wearing disposable face masks. The woman sitting next to the subject's right wears one such mask, as does the woman on their left. And before you think, well, that isn't so weird, it's important to note that all of these accounts were taken years before certain recent events. Patrons continue to pack into the theater. Despite every chair being filled, more and more people enter. The aisles become overflow seating. Regulations of max occupancy are dismissed. In the darkness of the room, all that can be clearly seen are shapes. The rectangle that is the screen, the hundreds of circles that are the heads of the audience. But there is a shape that feels misplaced. What appears to be the letter P sticks up from the crowd, a thin line with a bulge protruding from the top. The specificity of its origin is difficult to define, but once the subject's eyes adjust to the dark, they notice it's an IV pole carrying a bag of unknown fluid. However, there is no clear indication of who it is connected to. Furthermore, they notice one of the masked audience members is wearing a hospital gown. There is little time to assess any of these strange visuals, because there are no trailers or advertisements before the film. As soon as the audience is settled into whatever space they might find temporarily habitable, the theater goes silent and the film begins. The film opens with the female protagonist going about mundane activities in her day-to-day life. A phone call interrupts her. It is an unknown party who tells her that a loved one has been hospitalized for one reason or another. The protagonist drops what she's doing to accept the call to action. On her way to the hospital, however, she is attacked by a male assailant and loses consciousness. The protagonist wakes up in a fog, unable to make sense of her surroundings, but the audience understands that wherever she is in deep trouble. She's in a desolate and unfamiliar building with her arms and legs bound. She is accompanied by a number of other female captives, some of whom still remain seemingly unconscious or possibly dead. The women briefly discuss their strategy to escape, but they are interrupted when the kidnapper appears. Descriptions of hairstyle, eye color, and wardrobe would fall short in showing us who this character really is. Instead, his swift and decisive actions do the talking. He sees one of the women crying and kills her without hesitation. The kidnapper reveals to the woman the code he intended to operate under. He would release the captives after 24 hours, but only under the condition that they do not cry. During the film, the kidnapper demonstrates various forms of physical and psychological torture on the group of women. Despite their best efforts, the captives are unable to hold back their tears, and one by one, they are murdered until only the protagonist remains. Frustrated by the protagonist's unremarkable resolve, the kidnapper takes more extreme measures, increasing intensity of her torture. However, the protagonist is not one to be messed with. Despite being tormented, she seems in control of the situation. She doesn't succumb to the traditional dynamics of torture. Even while on the wrong end of the bat, she isn't afraid to swing. She fights back how she can. She mocks and insults her captor, and it's then she finds his weakness. Although a physically empowering villain, he is emotionally fragile. Her grit frustrates him, causing him to lose focus and become noticeably rattled. As the protagonist continues to weaken her kidnapper with words, the subject in the audience notices what seems to be a slight echo in the dialogue. They look up to see if something is wrong with the speakers. They even wonder if this is a stylistic decision made by the director. But then they notice where it is coming from. They eventually realize that the two masked women sitting beside them are quietly repeating every line of dialogue as it occurs. Their lips moving causes their masks to shake softly. With each word, the air from their whispers blows the cloth away from their mouth, only for the mask to collapse back in when the syllable is completed. If the subject looks even closer, they will see that the lower half of the women's masks are saturated with saliva. Things don't get any more pleasant when the subject shifts their gaze down the woman's body. Just near their waists, their hands are clasped together so tightly that their fingernails are digging into their skin. They tremble and fidget, as if having taken on the burden of the world's anxiety, and no medication can calm them down. Fingernails dig deeper into their skin, drawing blood and foreshadowing the film's finale. At the film's climax, the kidnapper approaches the protagonist with a double-edged razor blade and announces that even if she is freed, she will spend the rest of her life horribly disfigured. This leads to an argument between the two, the subtext of which alludes to themes such as nature of inner and outer beauty, the value of women in society, and the societal stigma against expressions of vulnerability. The argument on the surface, however, does not sound sophisticated or profound. There is no consolation for a fight having emotional depths. At the end of the day, the blows will always feel more physical than intellectual. Eventually, the kidnapper loses patience and grabs the protagonist by the shoulders and slams her to the floor. He reaches out his hands and grabs her by the face. The subject's attention is again pulled from the screen when they hear groaning from every direction. The wordless hums fill the theater with a sense of worry and uneasiness, so much so that the subject feels the room getting smaller as the air polluted with angst grows thicker. As the subject brings their eyes back to the film, they see the kidnapper gripping the protagonist's lower lip between his thumb and forefinger, squeezing tight as to pop her lip like a balloon. The kidnapper then takes the razor blade to the victim's lips. He pauses to mock the protagonist, and while he does this, blinded by pride and arrogance, she jolts into action, grabbing the razor right out of his hands with her teeth. She follows up her burglary with assault. Her neck stabs forward, and in a blur, she stabs the kidnapper's eyes out. It happens in an instant. The kidnapper has no time to react. Blood spills from his face. Screams pour out of his mouth. During this time, the protagonist maneuvers the razor into her fingers. She hacks away at her bindings, but they are stubborn and resist her sawing. The battle continues, and the kidnapper is able to tear off the victim's lips entirely. She looks like a monster now. As the kidnapper smiles and celebrates his wrongdoings, the protagonist finishes freeing herself and slits the kidnapper's throat with the razor. The protagonist locates the exit and scrambles towards it as the kidnapper bleeds to death on the cold, hard floor. The protagonist then speaks her final words. Due to her injuries, her voice is muffled and raspy. She bears down and calmly speaks. One last time, she mocks the kidnapper, telling him that he cried tears of blood and therefore had to die according to his own rules. During this climax, it is reported that the subjects experience a sense of dread unique to any other terror ever felt. Strangely, the feeling appeared not to correspond to the scene in the film at all. It is a feeling entirely separate from the viewing experience, as if for a moment, the subject is taken out of the moment in time and transported to a realm composed only of fear and anxiety. But just as quickly as they left, they returned. The Foundation sees it worth mentioning that this peculiar moment happens to occur during the film's most clearly recalled scene. While descriptions of violence vary from one viewer to the next, the climax is unshakable in its consistency. This is further evidence that SCP-5040 has a core foundation that remains intact. False memories are given validity by our peers. When we tell a story, the inaccuracies are often the best parts, the exaggerated drama, the rearranged sequence of events, the jokes you thought of in retrospect, but weaved into later accounts. While a storyteller knows when to lie, a good storyteller knows how to not get caught. SCP-5040 captivates its audience, but it seems to know how much it can get away with. By providing a consistent, objective truth, a climax that is reported the same across all accounts, SCP-5040 insists, even if only briefly, on being a credible film, not just a random sequence of 24 frames per second. Eyes back to the screen, the film abruptly cuts to an unspecified point in the future. Now wearing a face mask to hide her disfigured mouth, no different than the one seen worn in the theater, the protagonist walks down the street to her apartment, indifferent to the crowd of paparazzi that follows her. It is clear that this is now just a part of her life. The lights flash on her face. When she reaches her bedroom, the protagonist slowly pulls down her mask. Face free from cloth, she stares at herself in the mirror. It is silent. What she sees is less notable than what she doesn't. The lower portion of her face is gone. She focuses only on that. It's hard to know if she will ever see into her own eyes again. Her gaze might forever be fixed on what she can't get back. And through those eyes that long to see more, she sheds a single tear. Over the course of several minutes, her weeping gradually builds into frenzied sobs and shrieks. It can first be misinterpreted as bad acting, a case of doing too much. But as the crying carries onward, it's understood that the horror in her wallowing is all too real. The film cuts to black and the credits roll, but the sound of the protagonist's cries continue to play with no other audio until the credit reel ends. And even then, in silence, it's hard to say if she ever stopped crying. Audience members remain silent after the movie ends, exchanging only whispers as they exit the theater. Feet step over small red puddles and stains on the theater floor as if they are sticky puddles of soda. Those who remain past this point experience an escalating feeling of unwelcomeness until sitting and staying is more physically demanding than getting up and walking out. Some experiences will stay with you forever, even if they never actually happened. High school is a turbulent time for a lot of us, to say the least. Subjects are a lot harder, classes feel longer, and because you're older, there can be so much more pressure put on you by your teachers and parents alike. There's a lot more onus for you to perform well in tests and make sure that you get good grades, thanks to everyone around you telling you that these are the most important years of your life, or that your high school experience will determine your whole future for good or for bad. Actually, come to think of it, pressure feels like a bit of an understatement. As if there weren't already enough things to worry about when you're trying to make your way through high school, the changes to yourself get thrown into the mix as well. Growing up and getting older often means developing a further, previously unseen level of self-awareness and understanding of who you are as a person. That can be true of any part of life, but high school can often be the first time we're aware of ourselves in such a heightened way. Usually everything we're experiencing during that time can make some of us self-conscious, shying away from others to avoid embarrassment or becoming brash and loud to overcompensate for just how uncertain they might be feeling deep down. Then, of course, on top of that already huge mountain, romantic feelings get thrown into the mix as well. Sure, in the grand scheme of things, high school romances are usually just tiny, almost insignificant footnotes in the stories of our lives. But obviously, they don't feel like it at the time. When you're right there, living through that part of your life without the benefit of hindsight that comes later, your high school crush can feel like the very center of the entire universe. Being introduced to and surrounded by more people than ever, more than any previous stage of schooling, means that romantic feelings usually have a higher likelihood of developing and are made more prominent by the whole other whirlwind of things that high school brings with it. Case in point, Ellie was having this exact problem. For as long as she could remember, she had never really got people. They were confusing, complicated, and completely unpredictable. Usually, they frustrated Ellie, which made it hard for her to talk to most of her classmates, especially if she didn't already know them that well. The common ground could sometimes make it a little easier. It helped break the ice, but finding those shared interests or similarities was often harder than just spending time on her own. Then came along Marcus, or Marky, as Ellie heard he preferred to be called. On the first day of the semester, she had been placed in a new math class. The second Marky came walking through the door, she immediately found herself unable to keep her eyes off him, especially because he ended up taking the seat directly in front of hers, meaning he was always filling up most of her view when she looked straight ahead. Despite looking like a skater type, from what Ellie observed, Marky was pretty sharp. She was no slouch herself, usually noting down correct answers a few moments before whoever the teacher called on. Whenever Marky was called on, he also had the exact right solution to whatever problem or equation the rest of the class was probably still struggling to keep up with. Despite knowing very little about him, Ellie couldn't help feeling a certain new and unfamiliar way towards this particular classmate. It was like they were both operating at the same speed, on identical wavelengths. If only she knew more about him. And it was during class that Ellie had an idea about how she could get to know him better, but without the awkward, uncomfortable interactions that came from slipping about on the ice rather than breaking it. She could use the doll. Sure, she had been mulling it over, toying with the possibility for a while, but wasn't certain that it was right for her to follow that course of action. But as the days turned into weeks, getting deeper and deeper into the semester brought with it the possibility that another girl would catch Marky's attention the way he had caught Ellie's. Just the thought of that alone made her want to cry. She couldn't bear to see it become reality. One day in class, her chance presented itself on what had been an unusually hot day. The scorching heat outdoors was causing all the students to groan in discomfort, barely able to acknowledge anything other than the high temperature. Meanwhile, all the teachers could possibly do was open up the windows to counteract the relentless weather, but it was nothing more than a futile gesture. Sitting down in front of Ellie, Marky shrugged off the denim jacket he always wore, leaving it to hang over the back of his chair. Her eyes honed in on what she needed. Clinging to the surface of the acid-washed material was a single strand of black hair. She knew she had to pick her moment carefully. If the teacher, or any of the other students in the class, or worst of all, Marky himself saw what she was doing, it would look beyond weird. Leaning forward on her desk as subtly as she could, Ellie slowly reached forward. Her fingers wouldn't reach. The back of Marky's chair was just an inch or two further than her arms extended. Ellie felt her heart stop for a split second as her crush moved in his chair, the shift causing the jacket to move and the strand of his hair dropped, almost falling out of sight. Sighing with relief as silently as she could, when she saw the black streak manage to stay attached to the denim, Ellie fished a pen out from inside her pencil case. Leaning forward again, she delicately lifted the pointed tip of her pen, hooking the hair onto it. Pulling it back towards her before anyone saw, she covered it with her hand, both to hide what she had done and to stop the precious hair from being caught by the warm, humid breeze pouring through the open windows. Gently, she placed the one missing component she needed into a clean tissue, which she then folded 4 times and kept in her jacket, constantly checking throughout the day to make sure it was still there. On more than one of those quick spot checks, Ellie felt her heart plummet downwards for a second when she couldn't immediately feel the tissue in her pocket, only to calm down a second later to realize it was still there, with its precious contents inside too. The rest of the day she felt tense, drumming her fingers together in impatience, every hour feeling like it would go on forever. It was just a case of waiting out the day until that final bell rung. The moment she was able, she rushed away from the school, walking home as quickly as she possibly could, one hand in her pocket to keep the hair secure. Ellie was lucky enough, or unlucky depending on your view, to live in the same town as her school, and not too far away to need the bus. She could make her way there on foot in pretty decent time. Normally the buses from the school would pass her as she walked. Looking up, she saw one of the huge yellow vehicles driving down the street, and a familiar face sat at a window seat. Marky. Seeing him, Ellie quickened her pace, speed-walking home. The moment she unlocked the front door and closed it behind her, she threw off her backpack and raced upstairs to her bedroom. She knew exactly where she'd left it. As she flipped on her lamp, it was laying there on the desk ready for her. The Knotty Stalker. The tiny doll was made of one single knitted string, with a pair of shiny onyx beads against the red of its face in the place of eyes. Ellie had come across the little oddity in a box of her grandmother's things. Although she never knew her all that well after she had died, Ellie's mom had gone to clear her house up and came back with a few boxes full of keepsakes. "These are all your grandma's things I couldn't sell or think of what to do with," her mother explained, offering her the cardboard box. "If you can pick out anything that you like, it's yours, Elle. I'm sure Grandma wouldn't mind." Looking inside, there wasn't much save for a few old clothes, knickknacks, souvenirs, and trinkets that were mostly all broken, or the odd piece of jewelry that looked too worn out and rusted to wear. But right at the bottom was the doll. It was wrapped up in a crumpled piece of paper that might have been clear white at some point, but had changed shades with age. Unfolding it, Ellie read the message inscribed on one side. "Congratulations on your purchase of a genuine Knotty Stalker. Do you love someone but they won't give you the time of day? Do you wish you could hear what they say about you behind their back? Well, wonder no more. Using this fantabulous product, you can keep track of your loved one's every move and their every word. All you have to do is get a single hair from the head of the object of your desires, slip it under a loose string on our Knotty Stalker, and see what you're missing. Another wonderful product brought to you by the factory. Now that same crumpled note was in Ellie's hands, her eyes scanning over the instructions a final time to make sure she knew exactly what to do. She didn't much care for the name of it though, Knotty Stalker. The latter word had a very negative connotation. What she was doing here wasn't stalking, Ellie told herself. She just wanted an easier way to learn about Marky. Surely there wouldn't be anything wrong with that. Pulling the tissue from her pocket, she carefully lay it flat on the desk and unfolded it. The hair was still there, secured between the thin folded paper. Delicately holding it between her finger and thumb, Ellie held the dark strand of Marky's hair in the light of her desk lamp. She treated it as gently as she could, making sure not to break the hair, worried that the doll might not work if it snapped. Taking great care, she slipped it through one of the loops in the Knotty Stalker's string. For a moment, nothing happened. The doll just lay there on the wooden surface of the desk. It was completely still, not showing even the slightest hint of any change. Feeling the worry building more and more, her heart drumming against her chest so loud that she could practically hear it, Ellie started frantically looking back over the instructions in case she had somehow missed a step. She had no idea what was meant to happen, or even what she'd been expecting, but she was starting to think that this doll might have just been an oddity from an old toy store that marketed them to children by promising things that weren't actually possible. "See you later, guys," a tiny little voice came from the desk, causing Ellie's heart to lurch in shock. The doll was standing upright on the wooden surface. Only seconds before, it had been lying flat on its back. As if by its own accord, the little knitted figure was upright, like it was a living thing. And it wasn't just standing. Its arm was waving and its chest was even gently undulating to mimic the motion of breathing. The Knotty Stalker kept waving a moment, only to drop its head forward and make an exhaling motion that seemed to be a sigh. "I really wish they wouldn't keep calling me Marky," the same voice spoke up again, this time more clearly coming from the doll. Ellie watched it closer, transfixed with utter fascination. She was aware of the concept of a voodoo doll, a mystical charm that contained a person's hair affixed to a crude figure in order to influence them through magic. This doll seemed much the same, except it was mimicking Marcus's every move. Ellie had overheard him talking to some of his friends in the corridors at school once, talking about home. He lived in the next town over, and the bus must have only just arrived there, because now the doll was walking on the spot, the same heavy-limbed, tired walk home after a long, strenuous day at school. She recognized the walk. It was the same one she did when she made her own way back to her mom's house. For the rest of the night, Ellie didn't take her eyes off the Knotty Stalker, watching as it streamed Marcus's actions to her live. She watched in real time as he arrived home, sat and did his homework, and went back downstairs to eat dinner. All the while, Ellie was neglecting to do those same things herself. At one point in the night, the doll started dancing around, singing into something invisible in its hand. It made Ellie smile uncontrollably to watch. She had figured out that Marcus was now playing some music through a pair of headphones or a speaker, and singing along in a hairbrush, dancing like no one was watching. The kind of thing that almost everyone does when they're alone, but never admits to. Turning to her computer, keeping one eye on the doll, refusing to stop watching it even in her peripheral vision, Ellie typed the lyrics it was singing into a search engine. Immediately, pages worth of results came up for the song and the band that had sung it. They weren't a group that she had heard of or listened to before, but it was Friday. She had all weekend. Using her mom's card, Ellie ordered herself a t-shirt with the band's name on it. Premium delivery meant it would be there before school next week. On Monday, she showed up at the school wearing the new shirt. It was a few sizes too big, but that meant that the band's logo printed on the front was bigger and harder to miss. Ellie had spent almost her whole weekend watching the doll as it mimicked Marcus's movements. He hadn't done much but play video games and go to the skate park, but she made sure she knew what he was doing. Anytime she wasn't watching, she was listening to the music he liked, getting familiar with it to prepare herself for what was about to happen, as if she had been studying to get ready for a test. Somehow, striding through the corridors full of students milling about first thing in the morning, Ellie felt more confident than ever. "Hey, Marcus," she greeted. spotting her crush rummaging around in his locker and walking straight up to him. Hey, he paused, looking over her for what felt like the first time. You're, sorry, we have class together, right? Math, yeah, she replied, surprising herself at how quickly she'd recovered from the blow that he didn't even know her name. I'm Ellie, I sit right behind you. Right. Marcus smiled. You don't have to use my full name, everyone just calls me Marky around here. But you don't like that nickname, I can tell. Ellie shot him a smile, trying to do her best mysterious voice. How can you tell? He asked. Don't tell anyone? She leaned forward and whispered, but I'm kind of psychic. They both laughed and Ellie caught Marcus's eye reading the band name on her shirt. Hey, I had no idea that you were a Parallel Lunatics fan, he remarked. That's my favorite band. Well, I just started listening to them, Ellie replied. Maybe you could recommend me some more of their albums? Suddenly the school bell sounded, interrupting their conversation with a reminder that the day had to start. Waving goodbye and heading to class, Ellie was unable to stop herself from smiling now that her way in had worked. For the rest of the week, she kept relying on the doll. Every moment she wasn't in class, she was holding it to her ear, listening to Marcus's half of every conversation. The more she did, the more she learned about him, what music he liked, where he was thinking of going to college, and what he wanted to study there. Every time she passed him in the hallway, she'd give him a smile and wave, just to remind him that she was there. It was a long game, but she hoped it would end in the way she wanted. 9 days had passed since she started using the doll, and that's when it started to become somewhat unreliable. Over the weekend, it had been moving as though Marcus was at the skate park again. But when Ellie approached him to ask how his weekend was and if he'd enjoyed going skating, he looked at her with confusion. Marcus said he'd been visiting his dad that weekend and didn't have any time to go anywhere near the skate park. But that one inaccuracy was nothing compared to what she heard the doll say next. Still using it to listen in on Marcus's conversations, the naughty stalker had started relaying words that made her heart shatter into 1,000 fragments. She overheard him talking to a friend about her, saying horrible things, like how he thought she was weird and that she had clearly listened to Parallel Lunatics just to get his attention. Worst of all was when Ellie heard Marcus say through the doll that he would never want to date a girl like her. She was heartbroken, tears streaming down her face as she hid in the toilet cubicle during lunch break. Sniffling, wiping her eyes in her baggy band t-shirt, Ellie felt her sadness turning into a wave of rising anger. Throwing the door open, she marched out of the bathroom and started searching the school for Marcus. How could you say those things about me? She yelled furiously when she found him sitting on the window ledge halfway up a stairwell. Huh? He mumbled, lifting up his headphones, instantly noticing that she seemed upset. Hey, Ellie, are you okay? You're a jerk, she screamed, almost choking on sobs that threatened to come bursting out in a flood of tears. Why were you saying horrible stuff about me? What are you talking about? Marcus asked, his face looking utterly confused. Don't play dumb. You said I thought I was weird and that you'd never date someone like me. Whoa, Ellie, I don't know who told you that, but that's not true. I mean, I don't know you all that well, but I never say anything like... He tried to reply. Liar! She cut him off with another yell. I heard you. I was listening to every word. What do you mean you were listening? The confusion on Marcus's face quickly turned to concern. In his mind, he was quickly putting two and two together. The band shirt, the question about the skate park. Have you been following me? Instantly, Ellie felt her stomach flip, her anger partially dissipating and replaced with fear. No, it's not like that, she said, trying to ease his look of obvious alarm. I just wanted to know more about you, and now I do. What the hell does that mean? Marcus asked, sounding almost frightened. I know everything about you. Ellie started stepping closer, thinking if she went in for a hug that might calm them both down. I know all your favorite music, what you like to do for fun. I wanted to know because I really like you, but I didn't know how to talk to you. Stay away from me. Instinctively, Marcus's arm, reacting to her getting too close, pushed Ellie backwards. Behind her was nothing but a sharp drop and a flight of concrete steps. With a scream, she tumbled backward, her body barreling down the stairs until her head hit the ground at the bottom of the last stair, giving a sickening crack as her neck broke. Teachers could barely hold back the students that came crowding out, trying to get a better look as the paramedics came to take Ellie away. As they lifted her body onto a stretcher, nobody noticed something fall out of her pocket. An unused Knotty Stalker doll. A brand new instance of SCP-693. Violent chaos unfolds across the shoreline. Huge fleshy tendrils slither out of the water, grabbing people who try to flee and drag them into the depths, as giant harpoons made of bone whiz across the beach, cutting down unfortunate sunbathers in droves. It is a terrifying massacre, but you'd never in a million years be able to guess its source. On April 10th, 2010, something strange began to happen in the three Portlands. Now, the anomalous extra-dimensional city-state that overlaps with the locations of Portland, Oregon, Portland, Maine, and the Isle of Portland is no stranger to unusual occurrences, so it took the population a little while to notice that something was happening. But for some unknown reason, sailboats and motorboats were beginning to vanish from the city. The disappearances occurred overnight, when there was no one around to witness them, but slowly, the citizens began to notice that their friends and family members were going out in their watercrafts and never returning home. By April 15th, the civilians were becoming noticeably concerned, fearing the worst. On April 16th, their worst fears were confirmed when two local ghosts, Ankar Ahmed and Greg Moore, went for a nighttime stroll along the harbor. They heard a sudden commotion and rushed to the scene of the disturbance. They arrived just in time to see a living individual being dragged into the watery depths by a large, vein-like tendril. Ahmed asked Greg to wait on land while he ventured out into the water to look for the victim. Unfortunately, Ahmed never came back, and Greg took his story to the Three Portlands Police Department. After waiting a few days for the local man-eating clam populace to migrate, the FBI Unusual Incidents Unit mounted a formal investigation. On the morning of April 17th, all of the missing vehicles suddenly reappeared. This left the UIU and the people of the city with even more questions. Where had all the boats gone? Why were they suddenly back? And what had happened to the missing people who had not been returned along with them? On April 19th, UIU agents dove into the harbor to search for any unusual activity, and while they didn't spot anything especially strange, they did discover that there were fewer animals in the harbor than usual. On April 21st, the threat that had been preying on the citizens of Three Portlands actually made itself known. At 11:19 a.m., 17 boats moved away from the docks on their own, drifting up onto shore, though no one could be seen captaining any of them. As the boats lined up, they began to form a wall blocking access to the water. No one could get in or out. Civilians watched in shock as the boats began to warp and change before their eyes, growing thick masses of scales on their surfaces, sprouting harpoon guns that fired bony projectiles, and slashing veiny tendrils at anyone within reach. The citizens began to panic, running in every direction in an attempt to escape the monstrous boats. But they were too slow to evade the attacks, and the boats snatched them off of the shore and yanked them aboard, using their harpoons to impale those who managed to run farther than the tendrils could stretch. As the army of fleshy boats closed in around the shore, a tugboat broke through the surface of the water. Unlike the rest of the boats, it had a noticeable hole in its hull and was missing its wheelhouse. At an unnaturally quick pace, the tugboat began to advance onto land, using its tendrils to drag itself along the shore and into the more populous part of town. It grabbed civilians at random, absorbing their blood into its metallic surface as it went. Suddenly, it spotted Albert Izzat, a noted member of the Church of the Broken God, and began to focus its attack on him. But before the tugboat monster could reach Izzat, a city security golem interfered. Sadly, though the golem put up a valiant fight, the anomaly was able to destroy it by falling onto it again and again until the golem was no longer able to get back up. There are few creatures that would survive having a boat drop itself on top of them repeatedly, and sadly the security golem was not one of them. With the golem out of the way, the boat continued to drag itself through the streets wildly, crashing through the side of a local restaurant where its owner, an entity known as the Gruel, was in the middle of a busy brunch service. At the sight of the invading watercraft, the Gruel set down his pitcher of bottomless mimosas, wiped his hands on his apron, and grabbed his trusty dual-wield swords from underneath the counter. He kept them there in case someone attempted to dine and dash, but he figured they would do just fine against a blood-drinking tugboat. While the Gruul kept the tugboat busy, UIU forces were able to break through the barricade of boats for a brief period of time, allowing more security golems to enter the area, as well as allowing more citizens to escape. Unfortunately, this little victory was short-lived as further unforeseen horrors drudged themselves up from the deep. The reanimated corpses of various species native to the harbor began to crawl out of the water, surrounding the Gruul and allowing the tugboat to escape the fight. As it made its way back to the harbor, every boat it passed attempted to toss bodies onto the tugboat, covering it in fresh blood. Slowly but surely, the damage to the tugboat began to repair itself. Once the boat had regained its strength, it set its sights on a previously untouched cargo ship. An observing UIU officer determined that the boat was somehow attempting to convert the cargo ship to transform it into another one of its fleshy allies. But before the transformation could take place, a cargo crate broke open, spilling over 1,000 hardtack crackers. Suddenly, the tugboat stopped everything that it was doing. It took one tendril and began to count each individual cracker that had spilled out. While the tugboat was distracted with its task, a citizen offered the UIU use of their rare metals cannonball collection in the fight to apprehend the aggressive boat. One particular cannonball, made from electrum, was able to puncture the hull of one of the infected ships, rendering it motionless. They were elated to have found a weapon that worked against these boats. While the tugboat continued to count, the remaining townspeople gathered all of the electrum they could find and began to fight back against the boats. One by one, the boats sank, and all the while the tugboat continued to count. In the meantime, UIU officers managed to free the Gruul from his zombie attackers. They presented him with an electrum cannonball, which he proceeded to punch finger holes into and wield like a bowling ball. Then the Gruul had a score to settle. No one, whether human, ghost, or tugboat, was going to mess with his brunch. The Gruul barreled towards the harbor, grabbed hold of the still distracted tugboat, and punched it hard with his cannonball fist. If the tugboat could breathe, the punch would have knocked the air out of its lungs. The Gruul then threw the tugboat out of the water and continued the savage beating before preparing to destroy the battered vehicle once and for all. He lifted it up into the air, jumped up to follow it, and hit it with so much force that the tugboat careened through the air, colliding with a portal that had transported it to the Isle of Portland. Luckily, this portal could only be unlocked via a high-speed impact from a water-based vehicle. Speaking of luck, an SCP Foundation team was returning to the Isle from a failed mission just as the anomalous boat appeared in their reality. The object was knocked unconscious by the impact of its travel and the beating from the Gruul, and in its incapacitated state, it was transported to a nearby Foundation site. There it was contained and given the designation of SCP-6426. Due to its anomalous traits, including the consumption of blood, a talent for hypnosis, and a compulsive counting habit, it was also given the nickname the Vampire Boat. SCP-6426 is a Keter-class sapient hostile entity that, in an inactive state, bears the appearance of a harbor tugboat in a constant state of rust and degradation. Any blood or organs containing blood that come into contact with the boat will be absorbed through the metal, causing the degradation to visibly improve as a result. The most effective blood appears to come from humans, cetaceans, and a few specific species of cetaceans. The entity does not only use the absorbed blood to improve its appearance, but is also capable of using it to create organic additions to its body, including the vein-like tendrils spotted in the 3 portlands, cognitohazardous eyes attached to bending eye stalks, harpoon guns, and cannons capable of firing ammunition made from anomalous species of barnacles. These barnacles are capable of reanimating dead tissue on contact, and SCP-6426 frequently uses them to create instances of SCP-6426-C, masses of reanimated tissue that the boat uses to aid in its attacks or self-defense. SCP-6426 uses its tendrils to grab prey and drag them towards itself, but the tendrils serve an additional purpose as well. Each of the tendrils has a mouth on the tip, similar in structure to that of the North American medicinal leech. When the tendril has made contact with its prey, the mouth will then bite into the spinal column of the creature, causing its brain function to cease as its canines grow long and hollow, hard scales form on their skin, and their muscle mass and bone density increase. Once they have been transformed in this way, organisms taken by SCP-6426 are designated SCP-6426-A. These instances are used to the entity's advantage, helping it to extract blood from victims at a distance, as well as providing an additional line of defense and offense. In the event that SCP-6426 encounters another watercraft, it is able to use SCP-6426-A to convert the vehicle into an instance of SCP-6426-B. These converted boats are similar to SCP-6426 and are able to function on their own. However, they are unable to produce their own eye stalks or cannons, unable to create SCP-6426-A instances, and do not appear to be as intelligent as their creator. In the early days of its containment, the exact nature of the anomaly's intelligence was the subject of debate amongst the research staff. However, on one specific occasion, the Foundation was able to establish a line of direct communication with SCP-6426 and conduct the first, and so far the only, interview with the vampiric tugboat. The inciting incident occurred when the arrival of the Foundation's latest hardtack shipment was delayed, leaving the boat with nothing to count and nothing to keep it occupied. Freed from the bounds of counting, it managed to escape and grab hold of several Foundation staff members with its tendrils. After chasing the boat through the site, guards were able to corner it, prompting the boat to absorb the bodies it had taken and use the organic material to produce a siren that emitted the sound of a human voice. It is through this siren that SCP-6426 responded to interview questions, using the voice of one of its victims. Junior researcher Sajad Williamson, in spite of his protests, was selected to conduct the interview. His fellow staff members refused to take no for an answer, and as the newest hire, the unpleasant job fell on his shoulders. Much to everyone's surprise, the anomaly began the conversation rather politely, saying, "I am so sorry. I thought you were those self-righteous lunatics from the church. I apologize profusely for any trouble I may have caused, and I want to point out I fully support your mission. Yes, our first line of defense against the undersea menace. I am more than willing to punch sharks. Salacious, yes, right. How rude of me, yes." Dr. Williamson's first question concerned SCP-6426's apparent intended victim back in 3 Portlands, Albert Izzat. SCP-6426 responded, "Albert? His first name is really Albert." "Well, what other relationship is there to say besides the hunter and the hunted? Admiral Izzat is a ruthless man, known for terrorizing and slaughtering people like me. He was leading a search party of those barbaric notophiles, intending to gut me like a seal." "What do you mean, people like you?" Dr. Williamson inquired. "Free thinkers, of course. People who are unafraid to break from the mold to carve their own path in life instead of following the predetermined route set by that ignorant check valve. The church is built upon a foundation of lies. No one's really a petty officer on this ship. We're all just cabin boys, stumbling around in the dark as we follow the commands of an offhand COB. If you want real power, real freedom, all you have to do is listen for the call of the beast. Open the porthole, and he'll squeeze you right through." Dr. Williamson, feeling rather in over his head, attempted to convince one of his colleagues to take over. When he refused, however, Dr. Williamson continued, "Could you explicate your activities within the harbor and how you arrived there?" "Well, after I got the boatswains off my trail, I found a cave to hide in. I was forced to hide in, yes, forced to hide deep in the cave, which turned out to be a tunnel. Surprisingly, the tunnel led to some coastal community where I took refuge, licking my wounds in the safety of the depths as those zealots stalked the surface. I spent my time preparing, gathering the strength necessary to face them once more, until I was ambushed, assaulted within my hideout by a boatswain. I fought for my life as I was forced out into the open and descended upon by a manner of monsters and freaks, all this orchestrated by that scumbag Izzat. I was beaten within an inch of my life before. I'm not quite sure what happened after that. I believe I was knocked unconscious. You'll have to illuminate me on how I came to be in your custody. At this point, the interview began to veer in an odd direction. The boat expressed confusion about the nature of Williamson's questions, specifically how little they related to the subject of sharks and punching them. It was at this point that the site director sought guidance from the Multi-U department. A researcher there informed Williamson about the confusion. SCP-6426 had mistaken the SCP Foundation for another organization, the Shark Punching Center. Dr. Williamson resumed the interview, prepared to play along and keep the boat comfortable. Unfortunately, Williamson was a terrible liar. Yes, we are the Shark Punching Center. We will determine if you are a suitable candidate to carry out the mission to search, punch, and contain salations. This verbal misstep caused SCP-6426 to become suspicious. After a moment, it pieced together the truth and began to throw itself against the wall in a desperate attempt to escape. It was apprehended by security guards, who impaled it with a naval ram and returned the watercraft to its containment cell. The exact reason for its apparent fear and hatred of the Foundation is currently unknown, and the boat has made no attempt to speak since. Currently, SCP-6426 is kept in a 39-meter by 39-meter by 50-meter containment chamber. Beneath the chamber, there is an artificial lava tube. The tugboat has a naval ram through its hull and engine, holding it in place. This ram is checked daily for signs of degradation, as it is the primary force keeping the anomaly immobile. If the ram is ever removed or damaged somehow, a failsafe system will activate, releasing 100 hardtack crackers and 2 pieces of electrum into the containment chamber. This is intended to keep the tugboat occupied until the naval rod can be replaced. If for some reason the naval rod fails and the boat runs out of hardtack to count, well, there will be nowhere on water or land that we can hide. The diver screams a silent scream as the giant squid's beak digs into his skin, its many grasping tentacles grabbing him and holding him in place. Nearby, his fellow divers are driven half-mad with terror as they see mysterious figures floating towards them through the murk, and strange Russian voices speaking in their heads. Nobody can help them. They're down too deep, too consumed by the darkness and the pressure of the sea. They're now at the mercy of whatever is inside the submarine. Beginning in the 1940s, with the dawn of nuclear weapons, the American government conducting the world's first atomic weapons test, and the Soviet Union responding in kind with nuclear testing of their own, the two powers entered an arms race fueled by rivalry and a thirst to prove their strength on the world stage. What followed were decades of staggering technological advancements, as each nation tried to outdo and intimidate the other. The Soviet Union crossed into the cold reaches of outer space, deploying the satellite Sputnik. The United States responded with the founding of NASA. Tensions reached a fever pitch during the Cuban Missile Crisis of 1962, as United States citizens feared they were teetering on the brink of nuclear war. In July of 1968, the Soviet Union, the United Kingdom, and the United States came together to sign the Treaty on the Non-Proliferation of Nuclear Weapons, agreeing to abandon their pursuit of increasing nuclear power and turn their focus to disarmament. But several months before the treaty was signed, the Soviet government was dealing in weaponry far more dangerous than nuclear missiles, something the other world powers knew nothing about. These deadly secrets were hidden aboard a submarine known as SCP-741. SCP-741 is the underwater wreckage of a Soviet submarine that sank in March of 1968 and came into the custody of the SCP Foundation in 1999. The submarine, a version of the Charlie II class, was deployed under unusual circumstances, which attracted the attention of the United States government. In an attempt to learn more about the submarine, the US government launched Project Redacted, which attempted to recover the vessel from the ocean in the early 1970s. They managed to recover a few pieces of the vessel, though the specifics are highly classified. In the late 1990s, the US government contacted the SCP Foundation, informing them of a possible Euclid or Keter-class anomaly in the wreck. At this point, it passed into the custody and surveillance of the Foundation. The submarine is on the ocean floor, broken into 3 pieces. The hull was broken into bits during Project Redacted recovery attempt. but was largely intact when it first sank except for 2 holes, one just in front of the sail and one just below the starboard missile tubes. Apparently, the vessel sank rapidly due to flooding after an enemy missile strike, which occurred while it was surfacing. Though all parts of the submarine are accounted for, no members of the crew have been located. Additionally, none of the emergency escape equipment on board has been used, raising further questions about what became of the crew. Wherever they went, they seem to have left something behind. Whenever divers are sent down to investigate the wreckage, they report experiencing anomalous currents and strange sea life, and hearing moans, disembodied voices, and incoherent whispering. They also report seeing blurry, faintly glowing figures. Additionally, the ocean life in the area is unnaturally aggressive, particularly large squid and sharks. This effect was first noted during a manned expedition into the waters around the wreckage, described in Incident Report 1741-A. Divers A-26 through A-30 embarked from the icebreaker Yamal into the waters below with the intention of studying the potential anomalous activity surrounding the wreckage. As the group of divers approached the submarine, they could feel the shift in the water around them, the oppressive feeling of abnormally increasing pressure bearing down and threatening to crush them. If their specialized diving equipment were to fail, they knew that that would be it, and the command would have to come and fish their corpses out of the water. Or even worse, they would vanish entirely, meeting the same mysterious fate as the crew of that doomed submarine. But they couldn't fixate on that. They had a job to do. At first glance, the wreckage appeared undisturbed, unchanged since the previous inspection. Still, they needed to take a closer look to be sure. As the team got closer to the vessel, A-30 was startled by the sight of movement from within the wreckage, spotting motion through one of the holes in the structure as something passed by. He pointed it out to his colleagues, but they dismissed it as likely a giant isopod or spider crab, which were crawling all over the surrounding area. A-30 laughed off his jumpiness, agreed that they were probably right, and continued the exploration as planned. Control authorized the divers to proceed to the next step, and A-29 activated sonar and lights, moving toward the starboard side breach. There, a faint glowing caught his eye. The glow resembled that of radioactive material, but when the team checked the radiation levels in the area, they remained stable. Whatever the source of the glow was, it wasn't radioactive. At this point, his neutron counter began to register something, and all of a sudden, a disembodied voice could be heard saying, "Vasily Yevgeny, can you hear me?" The voice was muffled, and though it could be heard over their communication channels, it emanated from somewhere in the wreckage, deep, deep underwater. As A-29 watched, a glowing shape emerged from the darkness. It was only an outline, the suggestion of a silhouette, but the shape was undeniably familiar. It looked like a person. The other divers quickly noted the apparition too and began to panic. Some checked their nitrogen levels, believing it to be some sort of nitrogen narcosis, while others pointed out that they couldn't all be suffering from nitrogen narcosis at the same time. The unknown voice continued speaking, saying, "Help me, it is getting hard to breathe." The divers debated what to do next, questioning whether what they were seeing was even real, when all at once, the humanoid figure vanished from sight. The divers attempted to shake off the startling encounter, and they resumed their duties, the investigation proceeding as normal. After a few moments of uneventful work, another interruption presented itself in the form of a 5-meter-long squid swimming around the wreckage. Its presence startled the divers at first, particularly those closest to the animal, but the others encouraged them to ignore it, citing the fact that there are no records of these squid attacking humans. So they did, continuing their work as the squids circled them with apparent curiosity. A-27 spotted an unusual shell below the wreckage, notably large and difficult to identify, and Control requested that they bring it up to the surface for further inspection by a marine biologist. The diver began attaching haul cables to the shell as the squid crept closer and closer. All of a sudden, A-26 screamed, and there was a sudden bloom of blood in the water. The squid, despite it being uncharacteristic behavior for its species, attacked the diver, biting him savagely. Prompted by cries for help from the diving team, Control began to reel A-26 back towards the surface, proceeding slowly to give him decompression time, and the squid took advantage of the slow retreat. It chased after the diver, grabbing hold of him and biting down again, tearing away at him as it gripped him in its tentacles. Still, Control continued reeling him in, hoping to free him from the squid's grasp as they yanked him to the surface. The other divers were ordered to get themselves out of there as fast as possible, an order they gladly obeyed. As they swam back to the surface, A30 saw something else moving in the depths. He couldn't make out what it was, but the sight of it gave him a sick feeling of dread deep in the pit of his stomach. The 4 divers were recovered alive, along with the shell. Examination of the shell indicated that it resembled that of the extinct orthoconic nautiloids, but it was not fossilized. It was taken for further study, given the possible implication of extinct species anomalously manifesting in the vicinity of SCP-714. Diver A26 lost a limb and was exposed to an unknown venom via bites from the attacking squid. His camera was destroyed in the process. As squid are not known to attack humans unprovoked, this behavior has been attributed to the influence of SCP-741, though the exact link between the two is yet to be determined. An anomalous pressure gradient surrounds the wreck with a radius of approximately 250 meters, starting around the center of the submarine. The pressure in this area is much greater than it should be, given the depth of the waters there. This unusually high pressure makes sonar analysis extremely difficult, as well as threatening the safety of any divers in the vicinity of the wreck. The few records that the Foundation has managed to obtain from the Russian and US governments indicate that the submarine was being used to transport some sort of secret cargo. Though the specifics of this cargo are still unknown, there is reason to believe that it differed from any type of nuclear or chemical weaponry. On a date redacted from official files, the SCP's Basisti was patrolling the area around SCP-741 when its sonar detected some unknown entity approaching SCP-741 from the south at a pace of 46 knots. The crew compared the acoustic signature of the contact with known submarines and torpedoes, but could not find a match. The Basisti attempted to reach the contact via sonobuoy drops and active sonar pings, but it did not respond. When the contact crossed into the total underwater exclusion zone, it became classified as hostile. At that point, the sonar recorded sounds of an undersea missile launch, and Basisti responded with the utmost urgency. The ship broke away from its original area and fired a Type 53 torpedo at the underwater threat. 15 seconds after the Basisti launched its torpedo, missiles of an unidentified configuration were seen breaking the water, flying at a height of 1.8 meters and a velocity of 0.92 Mach. The missiles did not emit any detectable radar, nor did they respond to any launch chaff or flares from the Basisti. Both of the missiles were engaged by Basisti's 3KN-5 Kinsul surface-to-air missiles and Kashtan point defense systems, and were destroyed at 1,800 meters and 210 meters from impact, respectively. After the missiles were neutralized, the hostile vessel could be heard engaging in evasive maneuvers. At this point, there were 4 closely spaced explosions and the sound of a submarine disintegrating. The identity of the attacker, as well as its intention toward SCP-741, have not yet been determined. The incident resulted in the Foundation research team suggesting an expansion of the acoustic sensor net, as well as additional patrol and defense assets placed in the area. Additionally, they advised an acquisition of undersea retaliatory capability. The incident was classified Incident 1741-C. The sonar recordings from the SCP's Basisti during Incident 1741-C were taken for further analysis by the research team. The in-depth review revealed anomalous acoustic signatures that did not match up with any known forms of propulsion, including magneto-hydrodynamic drive. Currently, the nature of the unidentified attacker remains a mystery, and it has not been attributed to any particular government or organization. Following the incident involving the SCP's Basisti, an American intelligence agent reached out to the Foundation, offering further insight into the secretive government programs looking into SCP-741. He agreed to sit for an interview with a Foundation researcher assigned to the project, on the condition that his identity remain protected. The SCP researcher's name is absent from the official file as well. The 2 men sat in a Foundation interview room, and the interviewer asked his informant why he chose to come forward, given the US government had simply chosen to sit on this information for 30 years. You've seen those reports. Project Redacted. Now, we know that part too. How the directors didn't make the connection is beyond me. That and the stuff the Redacted pulled up? Yeah, the other part you don't hear about is what some of the research team died of. And the crewmen we buried? Just uniforms. Also, the nuclear device we recovered wasn't a missile or torpedo warhead. It was a demolition charge. Does that make any sense? After all those clues, I had to come forward. Why the directorate didn't is something I can't fully explain. This particular statement puzzled the Foundation researcher, raising questions he hadn't anticipated. Only uniforms? Did this mean that the sub had been unmanned? The informant replied, No, not unmanned. There were no bodies, but personal effects were everywhere, along with uniforms. There was some blood, human. Before you ask, on one of the torpedoes and a bit of skin where somebody probably crushed his hand loading the thing. Just no bodies left. When I first looked into all this, I had no clue what the hell had gone on down there, but I started putting things together. The Foundation agent began to speculate based on the mounting evidence. Could it have been a Soviet weapons program? A deadly biological agent of some kind? No, it wasn't that. I thought maybe it could have been, so I dialed up some of my contacts at Biopreparant. Us spies wind up owing each other favors after a while, and they denied it vehemently. Not your usual cover-up baloney either. They clearly stated that whatever the sub was carrying, it wasn't theirs. They wanted no part of it. Sounded like he was gonna puke when I mentioned redacted. Doctor, do you have any idea what it takes to make a bioweapons researcher sick? Now that wasn't what really bugged me though. What really kept me awake at night was the KGB file that fell into our hands. They mentioned a covert op by the Soviet military against an internal unnamed faction to get rid of a, quote, terrifying weapons that even the Soviet Union can't safely control. They wanted to lose it, whatever it was, or maybe fob it off onto the US. Of course, that all came to light right before the Iron Curtain fell, and given the atmosphere at the time, it was practically impossible to convince the directors that they weren't talking about nukes. And even once I did, they still didn't even think this was worthy of action. I mean, the redacted would probably have me hanged for treason if they ever find me, but it was worth the risk. And by what I can gather, sounds like Russia thinks so too, loaning you half the Pacific Fleet and all. The interview continued after this point, but the rest of the conversation was considered irrelevant and stricken from the official file. The interview left the Foundation with more questions than answers, though they were more certain than ever that SCP-741 must be kept under strict containment procedures. Due to the object's location at the bottom of the sea, as well as the unusually elevated pressure around it, it is unlikely that many civilians will come into contact with it. However, as an extra protective measure, sonar and submersible monitoring is conducted on a periodic basis in order to verify that the wreckage has not been interfered with in any way. The Foundation contracted Russian warships, SCP-Spasisty and Krasnoyarsk, has been selected for this purpose. If any unauthorized activity occurs in the area surrounding SCP-741, nuclear and conventional missiles may be deployed. Any movement of SCP-741 is grounds for an immediate nuclear strike. Whatever secrets SCP-741 holds, whatever it was transporting that was even more of an uncontrollable threat than nuclear warfare, they're better left alone down there, at the bottom of the sea. Researcher Martin pushed the deck against the door, hoping it would hold long enough for him to find an alternate escape route. He wasn't thinking about the long term. He couldn't afford to. With the Foundation's global reach, he'd never truly escape them, never be able to make it away, condemned to spend the rest of his life on the run from the organization he'd devoted his life to. It was too overwhelming to even attempt to reckon with that, especially with the pounding of a fist against the door. He scrabbled around, opening windows to try and see if there was a safe way down. Technically, none of this was his fault, at least in his mind. The administrative login information he'd used to access the file shouldn't have been left so easy to find. That was just poor cybersecurity on the Foundation's part. Researcher Martin had been tasked with compiling information on SCP-001, one of the most infamous anomalies ever encountered in the Foundation's long and storied history, or multiple of them at least. What Martin had come to learn was there were numerous entities within the Foundation's files that all acted as proposals for SCP-001. Some were creatures, the typical kind of anomalous entities the Foundation dealt with on a regular basis, but some of the proposals focused on more abstract anomalies, and somehow, those were more existentially terrifying than any evil godlike being bent on destroying reality. Theories about the very source of anomalies themselves, that their very existence might have been predetermined by some otherworldly force. Then there were the other proposals that named parts of the Foundation as the true SCP-001. Those seemed to suck researcher Martin in like a vortex, dragging him down a deep, dark rabbit hole that made him start to question everything he thought he knew about working for the SCP Foundation, and the one that had toppled him into a full-blown conspiracy-obsessed stupor that there was no coming back from: the Noir Box proposal. The weighted head of a battering ram splintered the wooden surface of the door, spraying fragments over the room. The table propped up to keep it shut toppled under the force of the entry as a squad of shadowy figures in full black combat gear rushed inside. The mobile task force surrounded the cowering researcher, keeping their weapons trained on him. Researcher Martin, pleading for his life, started gesturing to the walls of the room around him that had been plastered with hastily scrawled diagrams and equations. Martin tried desperately to find some concise, easy-to-understand way of explaining to the soldiers what he'd uncovered. They only picked up on a few words like many worlds hypothesis and splitting universes, but ultimately they didn't follow what he was saying and weren't sent there to hear him out. All the MTF had been told was that researcher Martin had breached Foundation security and now posed a risk of exposing sensitive information about SCP-001. There was only one path of recourse: termination. However, unbeknownst to them, Dr. Martin was fine. At least a version of him was. One who never learned about the Noir Box proposal for SCP-001 and hadn't gone mad trying to unravel its mysteries. Instead, he was a respected higher-ranking member of the Foundation who was alive and well, in a completely different timeline. The formation of the SCP Foundation has always been shrouded in mystery, with nobody really knowing what the true origin of the organization is, and what is merely just a cover story left in the archives to keep the truth hidden. SCP-001, the Noir Box proposal at least, might hold the answers to the questions surrounding how the Foundation came to be. 3 times over. Known as the Tindalo's Trinity, the file pertaining to this anomaly is buried deep in the SCP Foundation's database, under layers upon layers of encryption and security clearance requirements. It requires someone at the very top level of the Foundation to access, a member of either the Overseer Council or the Foundation's High Command, or Overwatch. But wait, what are those? Aren't they the same thing? Well, yes and no. The exact name of the high-ranking secretive group that runs the Foundation has often been interchangeable, whether they're known as the O5 Council, the Overseer Council, etc. But what if it wasn't just many different names for the same governing body, but actually separate names for alternate versions of the ones who control the SCP Foundation? Allow us to explain. All 3 of these groups, the Overseer Council, High Command, and Overwatch, have come to a consensus that SCP-001 is an anomaly that connects with the Foundation's very origin. They believe that the founder of the SCP Foundation, also known as SCP-001, was anomalous in some way that caused them to interact with time in an unusual fashion. The triumvirate of councils are in agreement that around the time that the SCP Foundation was formed, 3 distinct timelines were generated, given the anomalous nature of the organization's founder. Each of these timelines drastically altered the nature of SCP-001, featuring a different version in each one. In the first, commonly known as Timeline HC, where the Foundation is run by a High Command, SCP-001 was an anomalous human corpse. This timeline's SCP-001 still exhibited all the behavioral characteristics of a normal human being, but could additionally replicate itself at an erratic, uncontrollable rate, usually when performing tasks that could have multiple possible outcomes. SCP-001 in Timeline HC also interacted anachronistically with its environment, passing through solid matter that predated it or would outlast it. So it had to be contained in a room that was constructed before it existed as an anomaly. This timeline's SCP-001 was responsible for conceiving the idea for the SCP Foundation, and was able to promote a significant interest in the organization. However, they were assassinated before the Foundation was officially codified, with the culprits being a version of Mobile Task Force ALP-0, who are believed to have originated from either of the other 2 timelines. While this seems to have been done to deter the Foundation forming in this timeline, it seems to have had the opposite effect. Despite the assassination of SCP-001, occurring before the official formation of the SCP Foundation in Timeline.HC. This version of the Foundation was successfully codified by the 13 members of what they referred to as High Command. Given the anomalous circumstances around the death of SCP-001, it provided a catalyst for the organization to immediately establish itself as this timeline's protection against the threat posed by anomalous entities. The body of SCP-001 was placed in the building that had been its childhood home, securing it somewhere that predated them to negate their anomalous properties. This made them the first anomaly contained by Timeline.HC's version of the SCP Foundation, posthumously garnering them the official designation of SCP-001. So that's the first of our 3 timelines at play. The events that unfold in the second are considerably different. In this timeline, Timeline.OC, the Foundation was initially created by a different SCP-001. This entity, referred to primarily as the Founder, appropriately enough, was a human being known to possess anomalous temporal abilities. The Founder was known to also be immortal, showing no visible signs of aging, and with a resistance to external damage that prevented him from being directly killed. Any injuries he sustained could be healed, but only at the same rate typical of an average human being. The temporal side of his anomalous properties pertained to predicting the future. The Founder was able to, with an inarguable level of precision and accuracy, forecast events before they occurred. His foresight, it appeared to the Foundation, was not inciting these events to happen as he predicted them. However, everything he ever predicted would occur became an inevitability, impossible to delay, avert, or alter through any means. During the events of Timeline.OC, and as his preferred nickname implies, the Founder was the sole figure responsible for establishing this version of the SCP Foundation. In this course of events, the O5 Council of this timeline were known as the Overseer Council. It was, however, while he was in the process of establishing the organization that things started to go awry. Whether he was able to predict this occurrence or not is unknown, although it seems to have corresponded with the MTF-ALP-0 assassination of SCP-001 in the other timeline, Timeline.HC. In Timeline.OC, at the same time as the assassination in Timeline.HC, the Founder began to exhibit his anomalous temporal properties in front of the original members of Overseer Council. However, it should also be noted that there was no recorded presence of MTF-ALP-0 in Timeline.OC. Believing the Founder to be a potential danger to the Foundation they had all helped to create, the founding Overseer Council classified him as an anomalous threat. They immediately devised a set of containment measures for the Founder, now designating him as SCP-001, the first anomaly contained by this timeline's version of the Foundation. He was placed within a standard humanoid containment cell and given regular meals, while personnel were forbidden to communicate with him. Given his role in establishing the Foundation in this version of events, SCP-001 is, naturally, in favor of containing and analyzing anomalies. However, not when that includes him, and insisted that he be released. According to one of his predictions for forthcoming events, he requested to be allowed to build a device, but refused to elaborate on the intended purpose of it. SCP-001 even refused to allow other members of Foundation personnel to construct the device on his behalf for testing purposes. The third of these timelines is referred to as Timeline OW, wherein the leading body of the Foundation are known as Overwatch. Here, just like the previous iterations of its history, the description of SCP-001 and their role in forming the SCP Foundation differs. In this timeline, SCP-001 is an anomaly that consists of 2 distinct parts. The first of these is a figure not dissimilar from the Founder. Referred to as SCP-001-1, this person is also a functionally immortal human, who doesn't age and can't heal rapidly from damage. SCP-001-1 also advocates for securing and analyzing anomalies. However, this includes himself, as he doesn't object to his own containment, or that of the second component of this SCP-001. Known as SCP-001-A, this device is capable of accurately calculating any and all possible outcomes of any event that is input into it. Unlike the Founder, who seem to possess a foresight able to predict the only inevitable outcome of the future. SCP-001-A is able to account for the possibility of multiple potential futures, even down to accounting for how its own predictions could potentially influence or alter outcomes. In layman's terms, at least one of the eventualities predicted by SCP-001-A will always be accurate, unless the predictions are to do with its own future, or the future of SCP-001-1. In this instance, the device will always produce one of two assumptions that are incorrect. Either that SCP-001-1 was killed after an assassination attempt and never constructed SCP-001-A, but that's impossible after all. SCP-001-A exists. It's already been made in this timeline. The other incorrect prediction it can give is that SCP-001-1 also exhibits the same anomalous properties as the prediction machine, more akin to the founder, and that SCP-001-A was never constructed in the first place. But again, that can't be right, in this timeline anyway. According to records within Timeline OW, their version of the Founder, who is of course SCP-001-1, encountered a version of Mobile Task Force ALP-0 from one of the other timelines. They presented the Founder of the OW timeline with detailed blueprints for the construction of SCP-001-A. The device's completion coincided with the assassination in Timeline HC, and the corresponding anomalous incident in Timeline OC. After this point, MTF ALP-0 departs from Timeline OW. This version of the SCP Foundation is then created to study the device, SCP-001-A, with this founder and a group of his close friends, who would become this Foundation's Overwatch. Following this initial research group's discovery of other anomalous phenomenon that threatened the rest of society, the team's goal expanded to research anomalies and protect the world from the danger they posed. However, the rest of the Overwatch began to age at a natural rate. While the founder didn't recognize this, he volunteered to be contained and studied, thus becoming a component of this timeline's SCP-001. Stepping back and looking at all of these timelines, there seems to be a number of marked similarities, particularly relating to how the Foundation was established and how a figure, usually the one who founded the organization, possessed anomalous means of interacting with time and temporality. Under normal circumstances, interaction between alternate timelines should be impossible. But the preservation of information about all three on the SCP Foundation's database has somehow enabled all three timelines to communicate with each other. Through exchanging intelligence via their own versions of the database, all three iterations of the Foundation across the three timelines have learned that almost all of the anomalies they have encountered since being established are exclusive to their own timeline. There are a total of 17 anomalies that have been confirmed to exist across the three timelines. But there is a concerning factor in all this: the presence of an anachronistic military group referring to itself as MTF ALP-0. This Mobile Task Force's direct involvement in the events of both Timeline HC, where they assassinated SCP-001, and Timeline OW, where they provided schematics for SCP-001-A, raises an awful lot of questions. This MTF had to be acting on orders of the Foundation, but which version in which timeline? The consensus among the leading committees of all three, the High Command, Overseer Council, and Overwatch, is that at some unknown date in the future, each of them will inevitably send their own version of MTF ALP-0 back in time to alter the Foundation's past. And in a sense, they've already done it, and seen how this altered the circumstances in order to inadvertently create the Foundation. But this poses the risk of one of these timelines overriding another, thus meaning all information garnered by alternate iterations of the Foundation could be lost. So, putting their heads together, these Foundation leading committees come to the conclusion that they need to attempt to merge all three timelines. And it seems the way to do so is using the device that Timeline OC's founder wanted to build, and that Timeline OW's founder was able to construct. This device is how this proposal for SCP-001 was given its nickname, the Noir Box. The intention of the Noir Box is to shunt all three timelines into a stable joint path, like turning loose strands into a single length of twine. As such, the leading committees of all three different timelines have agreed to share their intel on how each of them can safely create their own Noir Boxes. and all three will be used to merge the timelines. Every member of High Command, the Overseer Council, and Overwatch sign off on it. But whether or not the plan works is another matter. The fabric of time is delicate, and one wrong move could tear everything apart. In 1914, an Archduke of Austria-Hungary was shot by a Serbian nationalist. This led, after a series of nations signing treaties with other nations, to one of the bloodiest conflicts ever fought. A war that was unlike any that had been fought at the time. Trench combat, mud, and sandbags, newer, deadlier advancements in the art of warfare, vile, incurable, and fatal diseases, and months upon months of misery, all while trapped in dark, dank dugouts. The Great War, the First World War. It's gone by many names since its ceasefire in 1918, and while there aren't many left of the generation that remembers it, there are still plenty of scars left on the world that remind us of the horrors. But there's one that seems to be keeping those wounds fresh, reminding us that war is, indeed, hell, as that rough beast slouches towards its destination. This is SCP-2574, what appears from the outset to be nothing more than a stone sculpture of a lion comprised of sandstone and living tissue. Standing at around 12 meters tall, SCP-2574 is much more than a mere statue. In fact, it is a living creature. After all, this is the SCP Foundation we're talking about here, where inanimate objects are rarely inanimate at all, or will at least possess some form of anomalous properties, setting apart anything ordinary, and thus drawing the interest of the Foundation. SCP-2574 is similar in that regard, and not just for being a living statue creature. For one, the anomaly is capable of movement, albeit at a gradual rate that only progresses between 3 and 5 kilometers per day. Attempts by the Foundation to slow or halt the movement of SCP-2574 have been so far unsuccessful, as it seems that any obstacle placed in its path are unable to deter it. This includes both man-made and naturally occurring obstructions, meaning there is little that can be deployed to keep SCP-2574 physically contained. Even if a body of water is in its path, the entity can swim at a rate of between 2 and 3 kilometers per day, and will normally either crush or climb over any obstacle on land. At the previous annual budgeting meeting, the top minds of the Foundation's accounting department revealed to an infuriated O5 council that SCP-2574 had been responsible for an estimated total of $25.3 million in damages since its discovery. The second most pressing matter raised during that presentation was that 112 deaths and a further 625 injuries the anomaly had also caused. Despite pleas from the Ethics Committee, the Foundation accountants were still adamant that the cost of damages was more significant. Now, a number of prevailing questions might be plaguing you regarding SCP-2574. For one, what does this creature want? If it has freedom of movement and can't be physically obstructed by the Foundation, then is it just aimlessly wandering free and causing wanton destruction? Or does it have a specific want or goal it seeks to attain? And for another, what does an almost 40-foot-tall lion have to do with World War I? Well, it might surprise you to know that SCP-2574 has everything to do with the Great War. Literally everything. And as for a goal, it has one. Or rather, it has a specific destination it seems to be gradually heading towards. And if it makes it all the way there, it could spell disaster for the entire globe. In fact, it could plunge us back into one of the most devastating conflicts the world has ever seen. Can you guess which one? SCP-2574 possesses a wide array of latent anomalous effects, beyond its general functionality and movement. Above the sandstone mine creature, it is constantly surrounded by a flock of around 6,000 birds of prey. Any that find themselves flying into the path of SCP-2574 are assimilated into the growing flock, designated as SCP-2574-1. The mass of birds is fixated on attacking SCP-2574, swooping low to strike at its smooth muscle tissue with using their beaks and talons. This, however, seems to do little to deter SCP-2574 from making progress. as the anomaly constantly regenerates from physical damage it incurs from SCP-2574-1. Perhaps the most notable and noticeable of SCP-2574's anomalous properties is the effect it has on its surroundings as it progresses towards its destination. The area around SCP-2574 will undergo a physical transformation in response to the presence of the lion. This transformation results in the nearby region temporarily becoming a World War I-era combat zone. The ground below becomes riddled with trenches carved through the earth. Thick, muddy bogs and coiled, razor-sharp nets of barbed wire litter the area. The change triggered by SCP-2574 is hardly just a cosmetic one either. The Foundation have observed a number of First World War-related manifestations that occur in the wake of SCP-2574. Man-made landmasses like trenches and dugouts will appear nearby, the front lines reappearing after more than a century. Weaponry from the area is also present following the arrival of SCP-2574, and this isn't just limited to firearms. World War I was one of the earliest large-scale conflicts in history, wherein both sides deployed aerial attacks through the use of biplanes, as well as chemical warfare. As a result, signs of these can also be found whenever SCP-2574 is nearby. But again, the transformation SCP-2574 brings about is not just limited to recreating battlefields. What some of you may not know is the Great War did not so much revolve around a core idealistic difference between both sides as its successor did. Instead, the First World War was a geopolitical grudge match between large global superpowers, attempting to make grandiose displays of their amassed military strength. The assassination of Archduke Franz Ferdinand of Austria at the hands of a Serbian extremist group was the catalyst that set off a chain reaction of events that ultimately led to war. As a result of this, SCP-2574's anomalous influence also extends to the social and political state of the areas it enters. A country that the Sandstone Leonine entity enters will suffer a rapid change in its local population's mentality. The ordinary people living there will start to experience a great degree of discontent towards their government, while the ruling powers of said country will increase its use of force against its own civilians. This effect is more noticeably potent when SCP-2574 interacts with countries that were directly involved in the First World War, increasing levels of civil unrest and discontentment among the population. These are often countered with worryingly increased levels of police brutality, along with governments enacting aggressive foreign policies and sometimes antagonizing other countries, as if they are eager to fight. These effects don't necessarily worsen the closer SCP-2574 gets to a particular country, but do seem to increase the more it approaches its predicted destination. And where is that, you may ask? The Foundation have calculated that based on SCP-2574's trajectory since its emergence back in 2012, the entity is headed for the city of Sarajevo, the capital city of Bosnia and Herzegovina. What possible reason could SCP-2574 have for wanting to venture towards this specific Bosnian city? Well, one cursory glance at the history of Sarajevo will give you the answer. It's where the assassination of Archduke Franz Ferdinand took place, the event commonly attributed with starting the First World War. The transformative effects SCP-2574 has on its surroundings began when the Leonine Leviathan first appeared and commenced its journey towards Sarajevo on December 24, 2012. Since then, the SCP Foundation has been closely monitoring the sandstone creature's movements and attempting to log all of the anomalous effects it has had over the course of making its way closer to the site of Franz Ferdinand's assassination. Over 5,000 kilometers away, to the east of Kazakhstan's capital Astana, SCP-2574 caused an unusual World War I anomalous effect. Any written works published in either Russian or Kazakh began to randomly feature passages from Irish poet W.B. Yeats. These extracts from his body of work range from single sentences to entire poems being featured in other writers' publications, regardless of author or genre. Yeats, for anyone unfamiliar, was widely considered one of the greatest poets of the 20th century. However, unlike the authors of numerous poems and songs to come out of the First World War, W.B. Yeats was never directly involved in the conflict itself and didn't write much about it, barring a few notable exceptions, but more on him in a moment. When SCP-2574 approached Russia, things started to escalate. Clouds of deadly chlorine gas, an early World War I chemical weapon, began forming in rural areas throughout Europe that couldn't be dispersed for days at a time. As soon as the towering anomaly got close enough, Russian military forces began launching a series of drone strikes and aerial bombardments targeting SCP-2574. When these attacks failed, tensions mounted with bordering countries, the situation only getting worse when it was discovered through an intelligence leak that Russia was planning a nuclear strike against the creature, a move that likely could have spelled disaster for the neighboring countries. SCP-2574, of course, sustained no damage and continued on its course. Given that they couldn't physically contain SCP-2574, the Foundation was forced to think outside of the box when it came to coming up with some kind of solution. There were already too many eyewitnesses aware of the Leonine Leviathan's existence to consider administering amnestics, even on a large scale. The fact was, too many people already knew about SCP-2574 and would make such a move pointless. The best that the Foundation could do to combat, if not counteract, the effects of SCP-2574 was to work directly with governments affected by the creature's World War I transformative effects, to try and repair the damage left in the anomaly's wake, and ease the tension and violence it caused. It became the Foundation's job to deter any country planning an armed military response to the presence of SCP-2574, as any such strike would endanger both their military and civilian populations, while causing no damage to the anomaly. In the interest of trying to solve the problems posed by SCP-2574 reverting parts of Europe to hellish First World War-era battlefields, the Foundation made a rare agreement to collaborate with another large organization specializing in the anomalous, the Global Occult Coalition. Working directly with the GOC, their goal was to create a large-scale memetic countermeasure that would effectively reset the toll SCP-2574 had exacted on global psychology by altering people's temperaments and creating mass political unrest as it progressed towards the Bosnian capital. However, given the tense history between the SCP Foundation and the Global Occult Coalition, their attempts at creating a memetic countermeasure are still ongoing, since neither group wants the other to engage them in full-scale memetic warfare. As such, the proposed countermeasure will consist of two parts, with neither organization being able to replicate the other's half. Meanwhile, SCP-2574's progress across Europe was responsible for a number of other significant changes, physically, socially, and politically recreating the conditions of the First World War. Poppies, a flower that has since become synonymous with the remembrance of the conflict, began to grow in regions within Russia where they wouldn't naturally occur. This included within urban locations, the red flowers sprouting in and around buildings. As a result of such a high-profile anomaly causing such widespread unrest to spread, a number of religious cults centered around SCP-2574 began to form, while the living descendants of World War I veterans began suffering from vivid hallucinations that depicted their ancestors' first-hand experience of the fighting. These cults began to amass more and more of those affected by SCP-2574. The SCP Foundation was able to observe some of the sermons delivered by these religious cults, who appeared to view the public appearances of SCP-2574 as signs of an impending apocalypse.
"Come to us and embrace your salvation,"
one cult leader exclaimed in a sermon.
"Discover the words of the prophet Yeats, who spoke this sacred truth that all of history is a spiral, and that we have spiraled outwards towards chaos. Learn the true nature of the Second Coming."
It appeared that some of these cults viewed the poetry of W.B. Yeats as prophetic in regards to SCP-2574. They would often reference the Second Coming, which, interestingly, was the name of one of his poems written in the aftermath of World War I. Yeats's The Second Coming refers to a rough beast slouching towards Bethlehem. The SCP Foundation has since uncovered some erratic writings made by the poet before his death that allude to Bethlehem, despite no record existing of him ever traveling there. It is believed that Yates somehow figured out what SCP-2574 was, and that the closer it gets to its destination, the more civilization will spiral further out of control towards total, all-consuming chaos. Further research by the Foundation also uncovered a testimony made by Gavrilo Princip, the Serbian man responsible for assassinating Archduke Franz Ferdinand of Austria, and thus sparking the First World War. Princip seems to have had some knowledge about SCP-2574, and apparently killed the Archduke as a way to begin the creature's journey in order to make society more chaotic. With SCP-2574 progressing worryingly closer to the site of Franz Ferdinand's assassination, further chaos rapidly began to spread. Anarchic sentiments took hold of most of Europe, leading to an increased rate of violent encounters between civilians and police in many countries, including Ireland, France, Great Britain, and Italy, with a number of these experiencing widespread rioting in their major population centers. Any government or political party compelled by SCP-2574 to openly espouse the same anarchist sentiments were soon seeing a rapid increase in their public approval, gaining more popularity in polls than their opposition. As a result of these heightened tensions between the public and the government of their countries, assassination attempts of politicians saw an alarming increase of around 60%. SCP-2574 caused countries that had existing hostile relations to engage in armed skirmishes at their borders, with at least one of these battles occurring every 2 weeks, and each time threatening to spark a much larger scale conflict. Thanks to the anomaly's effects, the international tensions, dissolving alliances between countries, and adoption of nationalism, which were all factors leading to the start of the Great War, were beginning to rapidly spread once again. By the time SCP-2574 was around 550 kilometers from Sarajevo, people began experiencing injuries common among soldiers during World War I. Many patients would die during surgery, only for their bodies to disappear shortly afterwards. Conflict erupted between Ireland and England, and as SCP-2574 entered Bosnia and Herzegovina, many began to report suffering intense dreams about the anomaly. A number of these reports seem to state that SCP-2574 was attempting to communicate with them, and multiple websites began logging the Sandstone Lion's appearance in their dreams. And things will only get worse the closer SCP-2574 gets to Sarajevo. SCP-2574 contains the raw energy of World War I, one of the most catastrophic events in human history, a global conflict with a death toll in the tens of millions. The SCP Foundation estimates it'll reach the site of Franz Ferdinand's assassination within a month. And from that point, given the effect it's had on the rest of Europe, there's only one likely outcome when that rough beast slouches towards its ultimate destination: war. It was July 2007, and the dry New Mexico heat could shrivel your average outsider into the size of a small keychain. Melinda and Bailey, two young women dressed in impeccable costumes of the Harry Potter characters Luna Lovegood and Hermione Granger, were getting ready for a momentous event: the release of Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows, the final installment in the epic saga of the boy wizard and his quest to defeat the evil Lord Voldemort. They, like so many other cosplaying fans, had driven out to Page One Books, an exquisite bookstore in the very heart of Albuquerque. It was miles from where the two of them had lived, but more than worth the drive to be part of the Potterhead fever, long before the series' author would lose her mind on Twitter and make the books a lot harder for most people to enjoy. Trans rights, by the way. Bailey and Melinda were counting the seconds until the bookstore's doors finally opened, and they could get the answers to so many of their burning questions. Why had Snape killed Dumbledore? Would Harry, Ron, and Hermione find and destroy the last few Horcruxes, allowing them to finally destroy Lord Voldemort once and for all? And most importantly of all, would their ships sail? Mel was Harry Hermione all the way, but Bailey, controversially, was all about Ron and Draco. The two of them couldn't be more excited to be part of literary history like this. The bookstore's doors opened, and little by little, the line fed in. It was worth the long drive in the late evening and facing the sweltering summer heat, when the two of them were holding copies of Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows and walking back to their car. They knew it had all been worth it. Mel thought, this must have been how Jesus felt when he finished writing the first edition of the Old Testament. History, incidentally, had never been Mel's strong suit. Melinda and Bailey set off back to their homes in the sticks. Bailey was driving. She'd been kind enough to give Mel a lift, knowing they were probably their neighborhood's biggest Potterheads. It warmed their hearts to see all this enthusiasm for the book series they loved so fondly. Seeing so many others in costume, or with vinyl decals or bumper stickers in their cars declaring their love of the franchise. They'd seen Hagrid grabbing a mocha in Starbucks, Mad-Eyed Moody had been filling up his Buick at the Gas and Gulp, and Sirius Black had passed out from heat stroke and needed to be attended to medically. With an all-black costume in this kind of weather, that much was basically inevitable. As Bailey and Melinda continued their drive, drawing closer to the witchy wilderness of Cibola National Forest, they continued sharing their thoughts, feelings, and predictions about the book to come. They couldn't wait to read it. Was it even possible for someone to be this amped about a book? Their enthusiasm was so great, they didn't even notice, on those long, winding back roads, that another car had started following them. It was 8:15 p.m. now, pitch black, the kind of darkness where bad things happen. Evidently during a lull in the conversation, Mel turned her eyes up to the rearview mirror and spotted the car behind them. It was a car they'd recognize anywhere, a turquoise blue Ford Anglia 105E. To some, this would be a mostly unrecognizable, if a little old-fashioned car, but to Melinda and Bailey, it could only ever be the enchanted vehicle of Arthur Weasley, the father of series mainstay Ron Weasley. The car, which had become iconic since being featured in the books and films, was able to fly and turn invisible, and had gotten the main characters both into and out of a variety of amusing scrapes. Mel told Bailey to take a look, and she couldn't help but chuckle in admiration. Plenty of Harry Potter fans were in town tonight, and some took it further than others. At times, Bailey wondered if her 3 Harry Potter bumper stickers reading, "My other ride is a Nimbus 2000, Save gas, take the night bus," and "All aboard the Hogwarts Express," respectively, were a little excessive. And then there was whoever this was, whose intense Harry Potter fandom led them to buy an authentic Harry Potter car. Neither Bailey nor Mel could make out the driver. The car's windshield was slightly fogged up. Strange, seeing as it was such a hot evening out. They noticed that the car also must have had broken turn signals, because anytime the car needed to make a turn, the driver's arm would slide out the window and make the appropriate gesture. The Ford Anglia kept pace with them, following them at every single turn. It was only then that they noticed something a little odd. The car didn't have a license plate. It was almost as though all identifying features for the car or its driver had been obscured. Bailey, who was getting a little nervous at this point, decided to try out a little experiment. At the next 3 intersections, she took 3 left turns. It seemed improbable that anyone would actually intend to take a route that would lead them in a circle, and yet the Ford Anglia did just that. Bailey's most frightening suspicion was confirmed. They were being followed. She didn't need to tell Melinda, seeing as the bad vibes radiating off the car were already palpable. The two assessed their options. They couldn't drive home. After all, the last thing you'd want is a crazy person knowing where you live. Their best bet was to drive to a heavily populated area, say the center of Albuquerque during one of the most highly anticipated book launches in recent memory, or better yet, the local police station. Whoever was driving this car wouldn't dare try anything there. Bailey and Melinda sped up and took off in the direction of the city, but to their horror, the Ford Anglia sped up in kind. Bailey was pressing the gas pedal down to the floorboards, and still the Ford Anglia gained, its headlights glowing like menacing white eyes. In an instant, it pulled ahead of them, the driver's hand emerging once again. This time, it signaled for them to stop. The two of them would sooner drive their car off a cliff than stop for whoever was behind the murky front window of the Ford Anglia. As the Ford began to slow, perhaps hoping to box them in, Bailey pounded on the gas again and lurched forward, weaving around the Ford and passing it once more. Their 2 copies of Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows were rattling around in the back seats. Neither Bailey nor Melinda expected this night to end in a car chase, but it wouldn't be the last time their expectations would be dashed before sunrise. The 2 Potterheads were in the lead again, but it would still be 7 or 8 miles before they were officially out of Cibola National Forest. Bailey drove as fast as she could. She and Melinda were frantic messes of terror and adrenaline now, but the Ford Anglia kept moving. gaining on them with every second that passed.
Go faster, goddammit, faster!
Melinda screamed in horror.
I'm going as fast as I can!
Bailey yelped back. The car merged into the lane next to them and sped forward again. They were neck and neck now, but it was still too dark inside the other car to make out the driver. Just as Mel was wishing that she could have a closer look, her wish was granted in the worst way possible. The Ford Anglia abruptly moved to the side and slammed against them, knocking them off course with a sudden shocking blow. The shock knocked Bailey sideways in the car and yanked the steering wheel along with them. The car veered off the side of the road and tumbled down the grassy embankment towards the trees, taking the two unfortunate Potterheads down with it. Before they knew it, their fender was wrapped around the trunk of a ponderosa pine tree. If it wasn't for their seatbelts and airbags, they would have died instantly. But perhaps in the end, that would have been a mercy. Melinda and Bailey sat up as the airbags deflated in front of them. The car was totaled. As the two of them shakily unbuckled their seatbelts and climbed out of the car, they were bathed in the light of the Ford Anglia's headlights from above, as though they were about to be abducted by a UFO's tractor beam. The Ford was just waiting on the road above them. Its engine rumbled like a low, bestial growl. The driver was still obscured behind the foggy windshield, but their arm was hanging out of the window once more. Bailey and Melinda were too frightened and dazed by the crash to even move as the car began advancing with unnatural grace down the embankment before them. It clambered towards them with such uncanny intent that it seemed almost like it had a mind of its own, rather than a machine being piloted by a human being. Melinda pointed forwards and screamed. She saw something Bailey didn't. There was something on the outstretched palm of the driver's hand. She thought it was a tattoo at first until she saw it move. Two human eyes were fixed into the center of the flesh, staring directly at her, like a crustacean's eyes on stalks. Moments later, the car was upon them, and Melinda's scream was silenced. A concerned passerby found Bailey's abandoned car crashed in the ditch beside the road the next morning. The two women were never found, and two bashed-up copies of Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows were discovered on the car's floor, among all the shards of broken glass, never to be read. Some days can be magical, just not in the ways you would have hoped, especially if you run afoul of SCP-3470, a Euclid-class anomaly somewhat cruelly nicknamed Harry Potter's Revenge. Sadly, kidnappings and car accidents aren't that uncommon in this strange, scary world we live in, but at a certain point, the SCP Foundation's many field agents detected a strange pattern in a series of car accidents near Cibola National Forest in New Mexico. In all these instances, the cars had been found crashed, but there were never any bodies. Eagle-eyed police officers studying the crash also picked up another more subtle detail in all these events. The cars had turquoise-blue paint chips on them, even if the cars themselves weren't blue, suggesting the impact of another car. Foundation eggheads correlated this with another strange report they'd received out of New Mexico. A young couple had narrowly avoided a dangerous incident when a car matching the description of a classic Ford Anglia 105E tried to flag them down on a dark and lonely road near Cibola National Forest. Just like Bailey and Melinda, the duo were unable to see the driver behind the fogged-up windshield. However, when they got close enough to see the driver's hand, they both attested that it had eyes on its palm, describing it as similar to the terrifying Pale Man from the movie Pan's Labyrinth. With all of these frightening and clearly anomalous data points in place, the SCP Foundation decided it was time to do their due diligence and go on the hunt for this predatory car. It wouldn't be the first time they'd tackled a sadistic or carnivorous vehicle, and because of this experience, they weren't going in unprepared. There was, of course, SCP-2086, also known as the man-eating bus. These were a species of huge insect-like creatures who'd evolved to perfectly mimic your average city bus in order to lure prey into their bodies. Another notable instance was SCP-1386, also known as the living ice cream van. This being is even more mysterious than the man-eating buses, and boasts a wide range of abilities from a hazardous form to a fleshy appendage, somewhat similar to the arm emerging from SCP-3470. The jury's still out on whether either of these anomalies are in any way directly connected to SCP-3470, but it gave the SCP Foundation a few ideas on how exactly to engage, study, and potentially even contain this new vehicular slaughterer of man. As you've probably come to expect by this point, where there are still so many unknown variables involved, the Foundation decided to fall back on Old Faithful. throwing a couple of D-classes at it and just seeing what happened. 2 were selected, placed in a standard Foundation off-road vehicle with dash and rear cams, and given a variety of equipment, including a special semi-automatic assault rifle with armor-piercing rounds, each one containing a micro-GPS that would allow the Foundation to continue tracking SCP-3470 after initial contact. And if, in the process of the experiment, SCP-3470 revealed some frightening new powers, then a standard vehicle and a pair of D-classes weren't much of a loss. Once again, another hapless duo were sent off on the roads in the proximity of Cibola National Park, though the Foundation hoped these 2 would at least end the night accounted for. They patrolled the roads, once or twice remarking on the beauty of the stars above, while not much of anything happened. Command kept close tabs on them back at the nearest containment site, feeding orders through earpieces and watching the live video feeds. As the drive continued, the 2 D-classes finally encountered SCP-3470. They get closer, at which point SCP-3470 begins its typical pattern of hunting behavior. It merged onto the road next to the D-class vehicle and began to slide alongside them. That's when the 2 D-classes realized, and couldn't help but remark, that this looked just like the car from Harry Potter. Was Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry a new group of interests now? Had Lord Voldemort entered into an allegiance with the Scarlet King? This was hilarious. Of course, it didn't remain all that funny to the D-classes for long. The anomalous Ford Anglia suddenly pulled up in front of them and ground to an abrupt halt, forcing the D-class driving to pound the brakes, startling both of them. That's when the human arm slithered out from the Anglia's open window and made the stop signal, before twisting around and revealing the 2 staring human eyes embedded in its palm. The D-classes started to panic and reverse away, while the car started chasing them at terrifying speeds. Foundation Command kept ordering the D-class riding shotgun to live up to his title and blast the vehicle with one of the tracking bullets, but the driver was so terrified, he refused to slow down and give his fellow D-class a clear shot. As a result, the armed D-class released a flurry of shots and just got lucky that some of them happened to strike the car. This caused it to let out a terrible pain shriek, comparable to the squeal of breaking car tires. SCP-3470 then retreated, allowing the D-classes to safely return to base, while Command tracked the Ford Anglia back to its native habitat. It was time for the next phase of the mission to begin. The Foundation brought in Mobile Task Force Lambda-12, also known as the Pest Controllers, a group of operatives who specialize in taking down particularly verminous creatures. They'd be the ones to track down SCP-3470's nest and find out what they were really up against here. In order to complete the mission, 4 members of the task force were designated for infiltration, while 2 others were designated to keep watch outside. The infiltrators were given reinforced armor and a wide selection of weapons and tools, including a flamethrower, a tranquilizer gun, a net gun, and a light machine gun. SCP-3470's movements were tracked back to a cave in Cibola National Forest. When the infiltration team entered, they saw track marks with a familiar tire tread on the floor and walls of the cave, which suggested a number of frightening things about the anomaly they were chasing. As they got deeper into the cave, the air became intensely hot and humid. They found scat piles filled with human bones and a local sheriff's badge, suggesting that the car does indeed eat and digest its prey. But most terrifying of all, the infiltration team discovered a number of translucent eggs, which had small quadrupedal organisms, assumed to be the larval stage of SCP-3470, wriggling away inside. They collected some of the eggs and then burned the rest before turning around to leave. That's when they noticed that SCP-3470 was in the cave mouth, waiting for them. Except this one wasn't turquoise like the other. This one was black. The car began revving aggressively. After a tense standoff in which one of the task force members muttered, "I refuse to be killed by a goddamn Ford," the task force member with the light machine gun opened fire on the car's exposed arm. One of the bullets hit the creature in one of its hand eyes, causing it to let out another pain shriek and retreat from the cave mouth, allowing the task force to finally escape. The 2 who were meant to be on the lookout were never seen again. SCP-3470 remains at large, with the pest controllers doing whatever they can to track it down and contain it. The eggs are also subject to further study. In the meantime, be careful who you stop for, because if you end up inside this magical Ford Anglia, an encounter with the Whomping Willow is going to be the least of your worries. Rock, paper, scissors. A simple hand game dating back to the Han Dynasty of Imperial China. It is a decisive game between 2 players, with the only outcomes being win, lose, or draw. We're quite familiar with rock, paper, scissors here at the SCP Foundation, as the guards are often seen playing intense rounds of the game to determine who will be the unlucky soul chosen to secure one of the various Keter-class SCPs during a given week. In most cases, this use of rock, paper, scissors is accepted as a largely harmless and fair way for defensive personnel to arrange their shifts. The reason for this is that the results of rock, paper, scissors are generally random, as there are very few ways for an individual's skill to influence the game. Or so one might think. In reality, rock, paper, scissors is a deeply psychological game, and this is mainly because of its origin as a contest between fellow human beings. The average human is vulnerable to making errors and falling into patterns, and with only 3 options to keep track of, it is entirely possible for a seasoned veteran of rock, paper, scissors to predict their opponent's choice before any hands are thrown. Of course, that opponent may also commit an error of their own by misreading the other player's actions, and thus there is always a chance for an impulsive decision to swing the results of the game in either direction. Human limitation is the only skill-based mechanic in the game of rock, paper, scissors, and that same limitation is what, in the eyes of some, holds the game back from reaching its true potential. That was the case until someone out there discovered the rules to an anomalous version of rock, paper, scissors being spread through a mysterious email. While all attempts to trace the email back to its original sender have left the Foundation with more questions than answers, we have been able to learn more about the differences between the rules of standard rock, paper, scissors and the anomalous version. We have given this anomalous version of rock, paper, scissors the designation SCP-4633, and unlike the Classic Edition, under no circumstances are any Foundation personnel allowed to play a game incorporating any of the alternative rules. While the ceiling for skill and variety is theoretically much higher in a rock, paper, scissors match featuring SCP-4633, the risks to the player far outweigh any added novelty. Here is how SCP-4633 functions during an average game of rock, paper, scissors. Well, average prior to the anomalous properties taking effect. Rather than being limited to using merely rock, paper, or scissors, as the name of the game implies, the players gain access to a series of additional hand gestures, which upon the act of being thrown become seamlessly integrated into both players' shared understanding of the rules. This alone would be bizarre enough, but the true harm caused by SCP-4633 is in the nature of the gestures themselves. When one of the non-standard gestures allowed by SCP-4633 is used, the player's hands will change shape in ways that, under normal circumstances, would be anatomically impossible. Each of these non-standard gestures is distinct from the rest, with the only commonality being an unusual tendency for the final gesture to resemble biological structures often seen in sea life. One particular gesture might cause a player to rapidly grow a ring of additional fingers surrounding a gaping anemone-like mouth in the palm, while another could result in the player's entire arm flattening into a fin-like appendage. Regardless of how severe a departure from a typical human limb the final gesture would be, the limbs, and on rare occasions the entire body, of the player using the gesture will quickly and irreversibly mutate into the shape required to successfully perform it. While these gestures overwhelmingly result in forms that would be distressing to most people, the same cognitive effect that causes the participants to accept changes to the rules also appears to apply to the changes affecting their own bodies. To the players of an SCP-4633 augmented match of rock, paper, scissors, the non-standard gestures seem as mundane as the original 3. Unfortunately, the morphic properties of SCP-4633 are practically irreversible, with extreme reconstructive surgery being required in even the best of cases. In all instances of SCP-4633, surgical intervention is necessary to prevent the spread of details regarding the non-standard gestures and their usage. Because of the immediate shift in cognitive awareness among participants, all that is needed for a new instance of SCP-4633 to occur is the faintest hint of knowledge of the alternative rules. It's even been noted that between different groups of players, the non-standard gestures can vary heavily or seemingly be created on the fly as the desire to win at all costs takes hold. Here are a few examples of anomalous gestures which have been observed during instances of SCP-4633. This list is by no means comprehensive, but it will provide an insight into how SCP-4633 drastically alters the existing mechanics of the game, as well as the physique of the players. The Thoriley gesture transforms the user's fingers into barbed tentacles. It beats paper and scissors but loses to rock. Chavoaga folds the fingers of the hand into the palm and causes them to emerge through the back of the palm. It allows the user to throw a second gesture after they've seen their opponent's choice. Ashkelhaz splits the hand into a pair of poisonous stingers, which also produce a potent electrical current between them. It has been seen to lose to paper, but seemingly of their own will, the stingers lashed at the opposing player and caused them to fall unconscious 3 rounds later due to the effects of the poison. Chausa beats paper and 2 other anomalous gestures, loses to scissors, rock, and a third gesture, and morphs the user's arm into a dactyl club similar to the front appendage of a mantis shrimp. Izurgov simply causes the player to grow 3 additional thumbs on one hand. The final gesture resembles a triple thumbs up. Izurgov has not been seen to beat any gestures, and the player who uses it always seems to go on to lose the match. Pagakmar causes the middle and ring to recede into the hand, while the pointer and pinky fingers extend to resemble the eye stalks of a snail or slug. The rest of the hand also becomes coated in a thin layer of slime which continues to secrete from within. Pagakmar beats scissors and paper, but loses to rock and another anomalous gesture known as Vayanjek. Incidentally, Vayanjek causes the arm of the player using it to elongate into a worm-like tube that periodically spews a gout of salt water on the opponent. When Vayanjek was seen beating Pagakmar, the saltwater appeared to have some adverse effect on the latter gesture, causing the eye stalks to droop and the hand to shrivel until it was half its original size. Another anomalous gesture is Grazathrog, recognized by the skin, muscle, and veins of the hand turning translucent, revealing a pulsing red organ in the interior of the palm. Once Grazathrog has been thrown, the player who used it may call out the name of one other gesture, which can no longer be used in the current match. The Ukayag gesture is a bit deceptive, as it resembles rock when first thrown but gradually causes the hand to condense into a lump of inert material, not dissimilar to actual igneous rock. The knuckles as well begin to exude a superheated mineral substance similar to molten lava. Ukayag exclusively beats paper and appears to lose to everything else. Many of the gestures on record have no known name, but their function within SCP-4633's altered rules is clear from the context in which they were used. Such is the case with one anomalous gesture, which caused most of the player's hand to withdraw into a siphon-like opening at their wrist before the very same orifice shot out a stream of ink into the opposing player's eyes. While there was no lasting harm done to the opponent by this gesture, the ink did cause temporary blindness, which persisted until they were defeated by way of their rock losing to paper. Another unknown gesture has been seen beating both Izurgav and Ukayag. This gesture makes the player's hand resemble the crest and gas-filled body of a Pacific man-o'-war. These examples are only scraping the surface of the seemingly endless possibilities that SCP-4633 has to offer. As you can see, the anomalous hand gestures can be just as dangerous within the game itself as the permanent changes they invoke in the user. While the Foundation has done its best to contain all information surrounding SCP-4633, there have been clear efforts by several unknown groups to push the game into continued usage. Over the past 3 decades, instances of SCP-4633 have seen increasing popularity in the world of high-stakes gambling. Perhaps it is because of the inherent thrill of watching 2 opponents trying to strategically outwit each other with a countless number of non-standard gestures, but more likely, it is part of the anomalous effect of SCP-4633 that the game would appeal to those desperate to risk everything on the slim chance of victory. This neatly brings us to the SCP-4633 related incident which occurred aboard the private ocean liner known as the SS Fateful Emma. Before the incident, the Fateful Emma would sail into international waters twice a year. Each time it would bring along a new group of passengers, seemingly selected from the underprivileged and downcast sector of society. A great many of these passengers were convicts with repeat violent offenses chosen from supermax facilities the world over. The process by which these inmates were chosen for a voyage aboard the ship was not dissimilar from the methods the Foundation uses to acquire new Class D personnel. Naturally, this was how the research team was able to be tipped off about the fateful Emma. It became apparent soon after looking into the ship's career that the individuals altered by the effects of SCP-4633 had been seen departing from the ship on multiple occasions in remote island harbors. Most of the time, the individuals would also be, to the best of their ability with their metamorphized forms, carrying briefcases filled with hundreds of thousands of dollars in cash. While witnesses tend to write off the strange appearances of those affected as being the result of a deformity or injury, or in more pronounced instances dismissing the encounters as sightings of creatures from the local mythology, it was clear to anyone familiar with SCP-4633 what was truly going on. These passengers were being made to play pitched games of rock, paper, scissors featuring SCP-4633 for massive sums of wealth, and what was worse, the grand prize winners were seemingly being released back into civilization without the knowledge of law enforcement. Of course, what the Foundation was most concerned about was the potential for the large-scale leak of detailed information involving SCP-4633. It seemed that the Foundation's latest faceless enemy had revealed itself. Whatever wealthy group of individuals was pulling the strings behind the games aboard the SS Fateful Emma, it was very likely that the ship was also well protected by a private army of trained mercenaries. In a display of swift but necessary initiative, the Foundation assembled a brand new mobile task force to be dispatched onto the ocean liner. Mobile Task Force Row 52, with the fitting codename Rochambeau. The Mobile Task Force would board the vessel secretly and use whatever means necessary to prevent the spread of SCP-4633 and any evidence of the associated non-standard hand gestures. Before the Fateful Emma's next voyage, the Foundation isolated the port where it would depart from and made sure that the MTF agents were in position. The operation was co-captained by Agent Dubois and Agent Zhang, both of whom prided themselves on having extraordinarily good luck. Agent Dubois would stealthily move the majority of the agents under his command into the cargo hold below deck and await Agent Zhang's signal. Agent Zhang himself would assume the name and identity of one of the criminal passengers, who was intercepted before boarding by the Mobile Task Force. The would-be participant was subsequently detained and brought into the Foundation as a Class D personnel. As the SS Fateful Emma began to leave the harbor, Agent Zhang joined the other passengers who had been gathered together in an enormous function hall. There was little indication of when the games would begin, and Zhang made an effort to keep a low profile until more information was available. Shortly after the ship had officially arrived in international waters, an eccentric man entered the room on a walkway that overlooked the rest of the passengers. He was flanked by a pair of armed bodyguards. It was plain from the man's style of dress and demeanor that he was both absurdly wealthy and completely out of his mind. He wore a pure white tuxedo and a scarf that seemed to have been made from the fur of a Siberian tiger. A pair of dark shades with sequin rims obscured his eyes from view, but by far the strangest aspect of the rich man was the fact that emerging from the wrist of his right arm was the eyeless head of a moray eel where his hand should be. The man spoke, addressing the entire room. "Welcome, passengers new and old, to the SS Fateful Emma. While you are aboard this ship, your fate is in your own hands. Over the next 24 hours, you will have the rare opportunity to play the greatest game of chance that humanity has ever known. Generations of people from every continent and every walk of life have given their all to the mastery of rock, paper, scissors, across, north, black, //. The man proceeded to speak unusual syllables for the next minute straight without even a pause for breath. In his report, Agent Zhang described the man's voice as gaining an increasingly loud hum as his speech continued, and that some of the syllables didn't seem to be the product of human vocal cords. He soon concluded his string of gibberish and resumed speaking intelligible language. As is customary, we will be utilizing the Iljesh-Toi rules. You will begin by selecting a single opponent and challenging them to a best of 2 of 3 match. This is a single elimination tournament, and any competitors who cannot otherwise continue to engage in matches will also be eliminated. By the end of your time here, the luckiest among you will be named the undisputed champion of these games,
and will be granted unlimited freedom, along with the cash prize. The rest of you will have to determine your own fates, for you all know what awaits you below. May your hands be ready, your minds be sharp, and remember, winning is everything. With a flourish of his moray eel hand, the wealthy man finished his introductions and promptly exited the room. Agent Zhang looked at the passengers surrounding him and saw that they were already beginning to play rock, paper, scissors with each other. A few had already begun using the anomalous gestures, warping their limbs into hideous subnautical shapes. Agent Zhang gave the signal to Agent Dubois and the rest of the mobile task force to begin the operation. Their target was primarily the moray-handed man, as well as any other close associates that he had on board. They would capture him alive and interrogate him into revealing the mystery behind this illegal gambling ring. Once the mercenaries were dealt with, Agent Dubois' team would further command the ocean liner and navigate it to SCP Foundation Research Site 45 to await further orders. As for Agent Zhang, he knew what he had to do. To buy time, he would participate in the ensuing rock, paper, scissors tournament and eliminate as many of the other players as possible. This, he believed, was the best way to minimize the number of anomalous gestures that would be used aboard the ship. Of course, he himself wouldn't be using any of the anomalous gestures either, opting to limit himself to the standard 3. This could put him at a severe disadvantage over the course of the competition, but Agent Zhang knew better than to tempt fate. Still, being eliminated seemed like something he may want to avoid. Even though the consequences for elimination were left vague in the strange rich man's speech, he still didn't feel that it would be wise to put himself in a compromised position while aboard the fateful Emma. Bracing himself for the worst, Agent Zhang accepted the challenge of a nearby passenger. He was off to a promising start when he threw a scissors hand against his opponent's paper. Because the matches were best 2 out of 3, all he needed was to win one of the next 2 matches, and he'd survive this round. Then he saw the devious look on his opponent's face, and he knew that this match was about to get weird. Rather than admit defeat, Agent Zhang prepared to throw scissors again. The two challenged their hands, and just as Zhang had feared, his opponent threw an anomalous gesture. Almost instantly, the opponent's hand took on a multi-mouthed piscine form, which began to spit sharp teeth in Agent Zhang's direction. Fortunately, the agent's bulletproof vest was able to withstand the impact of the teeth. What was even more fortunate was the fact that the opponent seemed to be a good sport. "Scissors beats Azravok, you win," said the other passenger before walking away in search of their next match. Curiously, the passenger's transformed arm continued to fire teeth across the room at random intervals, occasionally hitting and causing injury to one of the other competitors. Agent Zhang was grateful that the body armor he was wearing had been tested to withstand rapid fire from SCP-127. Compared to the raw power of the living gun, the teeth launched from Azravok gestures were practically BB rounds. He had succeeded in not being eliminated, both from the game and generally. Excited about his win, Zhang sought out another opponent to test his luck. Below deck, Agent Dubois and the rest of the mobile task force had just finished facing off against some of the hired mercenaries when they entered a room presumed to be the ocean liner's sickbay. Inside was a grisly sight. A second rock, paper, scissors tournament playing out between players that had been so thoroughly transformed by the anomalous gestures of SCP-4633 that they barely appeared to still be human. It was like a scene from a deep-sea documentary, with strange and unknowable creatures vying for dominance, not within a natural food chain or competition for resources, but within a seemingly never-ending struggle to win a game of chance. It was purgatory. Rock, paper, scissors, purgatory. Agent Dubois was appalled, but he knew better than to attempt to stop these creatures from doing the one thing keeping them all distracted. The moray-handed man was still somewhere in the ship, and capturing him was far more important. The research team would decide what to do with these former humans once the ship was secure within the Foundation's custody. However, what Agent Dubois didn't realize is that some of these creatures were advancing on his team. In nightmarish and unearthly voices, they chanted, "Rock, rock, paper, scissors." Suddenly, one of the abominations, who resembled nothing more closely than an enormous mass of coral, produced 4 arms from within its body and began to throw anomalous hand signs towards the agents. One of the arms threw Ukyag, which coated an unsuspecting agent in hot lava, causing him to drop to the floor in pain. Panicked, Dubois ordered the task force to eliminate every living thing in the sickbay.
although not in the sense of their tournament standing, of course. Meanwhile, Agent Zhang was on a win streak in the function hall. Through sheer luck and determination, he had managed to avoid elimination while eliminating several other passengers himself. He began to notice that those who were eliminated were quietly escorted away by the bouncers, seeming to have their anomalous changes treated. Now it was only down to 12 remaining passengers. Agent Zhang knew that it was only a matter of time before Dubois and his team took control of the ship, but feeling reckless, he challenged one of the remaining passengers. In that moment, something came over him, as if his determination to see the mission through was also compelling him to win at any cost. His opponent threw Pagakmar, and out of instinct, Zhang threw Vanyajek. The agent went on to win the entire tournament, but sadly, he was unable to collect the prize money, as during the skirmish below deck, the man with the moray hand had escaped with a small fortune in a high-speed submersible. His ultimate goals and the scope of the shadowy group he represented would remain unanswered for the time being. When the SS Fateful Emma finally arrived at Site 45, Agent Zhang came to his senses and realized that he had underestimated the cognitive side effects of SCP-4633. Due to the immediately recognizable anomalous state of both his arms, Agent Zhang was later contained on site with minimal security. It's believed that researchers are still searching for a method to reverse the effects. It just goes to show that winning isn't everything. The shinobi crouched low on the pagoda roof and listened to the night air. Up here in the mountains, away from the hustle and bustle of the markets in town, it was almost silent. Just the distant rattle of shutters somewhere behind him. The mountain shrine was tucked out of sight, so far into the countryside that no one would stumble onto it by accident. No one would come here without a reason. The shinobi knew the face of his target, a warlord turned politician with more blood on his hands than the assassin sent to kill him. By the burning glow of the night sky, the shinobi could see the man kneeling at the shrine. The path was made up of small stones, so he'd have to drop onto the grass and creep around the pond to approach his target. No guards. No one else was there at all. This was the spot where the man came to pray when he was struggling to sleep, perhaps trying to atone for the lives he'd taken. Perhaps he didn't care at all. The ninja drew the blade in total silence and timed his drop to the ground with the rattling noise in the distance. With each dainty step, he closed the distance to his target, readying the blade over his head. It was done in a moment. The man was dead before his body hit the ground. He likely didn't even notice as the steel had severed the nerves running down his spinal cord. So sharp was the blade that it slid through his bones like a fish through water. Raising the blade to his eyes, the shinobi cleaned it quickly. If he was seen with blood on his sword, he would immediately be implicated. Not that he was ever seen, but precautions like this were what kept him out of sight for all these years. When you lived in the Valley of Ashes, the burial grounds for countless wars, you had to become a shadow, become one of the ancient spirits haunting the woods. But as he wiped the red from the steel, he caught a flash of light in the reflection, an orange glow marking a jagged line across the metal. That's strange. Sunset was several hours ago. Come to think of it, why was there an orange glow in the sky? He snapped his neck around to see the fires through the gates into the pagoda's garden. Down by the ocean's edge at the foot of the mountains was the city where he had always lived, and it was on fire. Leaping up onto the walls, he stood up straight, surveying the horror scene taking place before him. Thick plumes of smoke billowed up into the night sky, so dense and large that it seemed to become the blackness of the night. It was hard to make out much of what was going on down there. The shinobi looked everywhere to try to see the invading army or the rioters, but there were none. Just people running in all directions, like ants out of a flooding nest. But there, moving in amongst the smoke, were other shapes, impossibly tall, lumbering around like people. People that towered over the houses, that had to crane down to the ground to scoop up the poor civilians who were running this way and that. The shinobi stood there terrified, as he realized that the rattling sound he'd been hearing all night wasn't from any shutters at all. He could do nothing but watch as the trees in front of him trembled and buckled in all directions as a hulking, shadowy figure lumbered towards him. The Imperial Japanese Anomalous Matters Examination Agency,
or the IJAMEA, was a Japanese agency responsible for tracking a number of mysterious and often dangerous artifacts, creatures, and anomalies prior to the Second World War. In 1945, the IJAMEA was shut down and absorbed into the SCP Foundation. All of these data, historic records, and anomalies were all transferred over into the Foundation's control. Reasons for this were partially political and partially in the interest of world peace. The formation of the IJMEA was influenced heavily by Japan's ties with Germany in the first half of the 20th century. The Imperial German Anomalous Matters Examination Agency was the blueprint for their Japanese equivalent. However, with increasing militarism in Japan throughout the 20th century, the IJMEA became increasingly obsessed with trying to harness their anomalous discoveries in the interests of military power. Their goal became the establishment of a yokai battalion, powerful enough to establish them as one of, if not the world's greatest superpower. Following the bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, Japan surrendered in the Second World War and agreed to dissolve its military, including the IJAMEA. That left the Foundation with the task of picking up the threads left behind and trying to come up with new ways of securing, containing, and protecting some of Japan's most deadly SCPs. Few more deadly and evasive than the entities that were too much, even for the Yokai Battalion. SCP-2863. In 1946, cleanup operations were in full effect, trying to deal with the fallout from the atomic bomb dropped on Nagasaki. Crews dressed in lead-lined suits worked around the clock, burying radioactive material and trying to remove as much contaminated debris as possible. Rebuilding the city was still a long way off. At various points, the wind would kick up and carry the dust left behind into the air, creating a dangerous radioactive haze. Crews continued to work through such conditions as the understanding of airborne contamination was still in its infancy. Watanabe Goro was one such worker. Midway through a night shift and clasping a damp rag to his mouth, he pushed on through the dust, clearing out building after building. They had spent the morning carrying corpses out of an unidentifiable building. The corpses themselves were pretty much worn away too, just skeletons really, charred by the blast from months before. As Goro staggered along the street, he kept feeling like he was imagining things. The long hours and traumatic conditions were enough to make him see all kinds of things in his dreams, but he kept feeling like his dreams were starting to creep into the real world. Shadows kept moving through the haze all around him, taller than buildings, staggering around as if they were drunk. They had been appearing all night, just out of sight, but always close by. He stopped and leaned against what was left of a brick wall. There was one of his hallucinations now just up ahead of him. The husks of buildings on either side of him were about as tall as their knees. It must have been 30 meters tall at least. But its legs were strange. There seemed to be a gap in the middle of each of them. They were skinny. No, skeletal. The skeleton's foot crushed a car right in front of him. The crunch of metal was loud enough to snap Goro out of his stupor. This wasn't a hallucination. Hallucinations can't crush cars. With a yelp, he tumbled backwards, staring up into the haze of dust. He saw the shape of a pelvis. Above it, what must have been a ribcage the size of his house, but the creature disappeared into the darkness and the dust. If it was too tall for him to see its face, maybe it was too tall to see him on the ground as well. The skeleton stopped, standing directly over him. For a second, he thought that maybe he'd be okay, but then, with a great rattling rumble, the monster hunched down low, and the enormous skull appeared out of the haze, flying right towards him. He managed to dodge its gnashing teeth, but it caught his foot, sending him rolling through the radioactive dirt. Goro didn't give himself a moment to recover, though. He took off running as fast as he could, hearing the rattling sound terrifyingly close behind his back. You will be pleased to know that Watanabe Goro survived this incident. With only minor injuries, he managed to navigate his way to the nearest police station, where SCP agents, already familiar with the entity he had encountered, took control of the situation. The so-called starving skeletons had been roaming the bomb sites for several weeks by that point. It was the Foundation's first exposure to one of the oldest known entities that the IJAMEA had been studying for years. To date, 206 separate instances of SCP-2863 have been officially recorded. However, the myth of the Gasha Dokoru had been circulating in various parts of Japan since the 10th century at least. Giant skeletons were said to haunt the sites of particularly deadly battles, hunting by night, and feeding on the blood of their human victims. These myths tally up with what the Foundation currently knows about these entities. Instances of SCP-2863 only appear after sunset and will lose all corporeality when exposed to sunlight in the morning, or any light source over 1.1 lux. To give you some reference for that, moonlight typically falls between 0.25 and 1 lux. A typical room with the light on will be 100 or even 1,000 times brighter. As you can imagine, this has made them virtually impossible to contain, as they manifest and unmanifest outside of controllable conditions. They seem to have continuous existence in some way, however, as previously neutralized instances can and will reappear later on. In folklore, the Gashadokuro are spirits that take control of skeletons. Some hesitant researchers have posited that perhaps the instances that dematerialize are returning to their spirit form. Little is understood about what that means in practice. What's more, this SCP cannot be photographed. All attempts to capture them on film or digital cameras have failed, including video tests. It is theorized that there is a link between them not appearing on camera and their disappearance when exposed to light. Again, the link between them is still mostly unknown. Due to a steady increase in urban development in Japan and ongoing peace in the region, appearances of this SCP are growing increasingly rare. While this marks a positive change for the people of Japan, it makes it even more difficult to study this SCP and learn how to prevent it in the future. The most recent fatality to occur at the bony hands of SCP-2863 happened in 2008, and it was part of a Foundation experiment. While most of Hiroshima and Nagasaki had been redeveloped into bustling metropolitan areas, the outskirts of each city, particularly several parks, saw occasional instances of SCP-2863 appearing at night. As such, the SCP Foundation conducted a series of experiments under cover of nightfall, releasing D-Class personnel into a park in Hiroshima to observe how the SCPs hunted humans. Their enormous height, towering at over 30 meters, gave them a huge advantage, being able to chase people down with little difficulty. Another notable thing about them is just how quietly they move. There is a gentle rattling sound that follows them around, but aside from that, they are very light-footed and difficult to detect until they are right on top of you. This isn't helped by the fact that they hunt at night. As a result, they are remarkably quick at catching their prey. Once they have snatched their victims up in their skeletal fingers, they perform the same eating ritual every time. They eat the person and consume their blood. Initially confused by this finding, the Foundation was unsure where the blood was going, as the skeletons had no obvious digestive system. After the release of several more D-Class personnel into the park, they still weren't certain, but they believed that the SCP instances were absorbing the blood into their bones in some way. Further testing was requested, but denied due to the sheer number of D-Class fatalities in the area. They were starting to run out, and would have to ship more of them across to Japan, which was just a bit inconvenient for everyone involved. As the outskirts of those cities have been urbanized, the instances of SCP-2863 have reduced to the point that a smaller contingent of agents and researchers are now left in place. The light pollution from these areas is enough to prevent them from being able to manifest in the first place for the most part. Only on the rare occasion of power outages have Mobile Task Force 03 been deployed. Whilst researching this SCP, the Foundation came across an account from a shinobi in the 1700s. It was rare to find any kind of written document from a ninja for obvious reasons, but the account discovered painted a harrowing picture of just how much damage these yokai could inflict upon a city. The nameless shinobi first encountered SCP-2863 while assassinating an unnamed target in the mountains above his fishing town. Looking down on the fires below him, he saw human shapes walking through the smoke, dwarfing the buildings they moved between, before an instance charged through the trees straight at him. Diving out of the way, the shinobi quickly melted into the shadows. Both man and demon hunted one another throughout the night. He managed to climb onto its spine and inflict what he was certain would be a killing blow to the skeleton, only for his blade to bounce right off the bone. Caught and vulnerable for the first time in his life, the shinobi was helpless as the spirit threw him from its back into the courtyard and charged at him. It was only the hem of the ninja's sleeve catching fire from a candle that saved him. Just as the skeleton was about to bite down on his head, the light flared and the SCP disappeared entirely. For a long while, the man lay in the courtyard, pondering his actions. He should have died that night, yet he survived. Getting slowly to his feet, the man now knew what his destiny was. A monster that strikes from the shadows, scared of the light. He and the Gashodokoru were not so different. Understanding his target was the first step to defeating them. Snatching up a lantern from the ground, the shinobi descended the mountain into the wreckage of his hometown and defended his people. By night, he would emerge hunting down the Gashodokoru under the cover of darkness, banishing them with the light hidden under a dark sheet. The man fought night after night, narrowly risking death to save his people from the onslaught of the evil spirit. A small plaque was installed by the IJAMEA shortly before the Foundation took over the management of the SCP. It was installed at the foot of an old pagoda just outside a small fishing village. On it was a simple haiku: "Walking in shadow, in the midst of our demons, we will find the light."
A month ago, Dr. Robert Maxwell was a senior researcher working at the facility, but a tragic mistake had cost the lives of several of his co-researchers. Now he was being led down a bleak hallway in Armed Biocontainment Area 14, a rifle-wielding guard flanking him on either side. The once rising researcher had a very different title now, D-8724. He had been made a D-class personnel, a death sentence. However, as the guards led him to his possible demise, he wasn't dressed in the typical D-class orange jumpsuit. No, he was dressed in frilly Rococo dining wear more typical of 18th century France. If anything, Dr. Maxwell looked like he was on his way to meet royalty, and in a sense, he was. The former researcher had begged for any other assignment, but the site director insisted on committing Dr. Maxwell to tea time with SCP-082. He'd always been the talkative type, so the two would make a perfect pairing. And if the creature found him sufficiently amusing, then Maxwell might even leave the containment cell alive. He had heard legends of the giant creature they called the Cannibal. Maxwell hoped they were just stories. Dr. Maxwell was pushed by the guards into a large, luxuriously appointed room, and the doors were locked behind him. He felt like a child, surrounded by freakishly large furniture and 10-foot-high ceilings. The fog of obnoxious floral perfumes couldn't fully cover up the pervasive smell of death that lingered in the cavernous halls of 082's palace. Thanks to an elaborate ruse conducted by the Foundation, SCP-082 believed he was the King of France, and that his containment cell was a palace where he remained for his own safety. The creature's continued good behavior and everyone else's safety relied on visitors keeping up that lie. Maxwell had never worked in this area of the facility, so a lot of the standard procedures were new to him. Still, his superior had given him a clear directive: talk to the monster, communicate with him, be cordial and friendly. See if you can find out more about his mysterious past. And most importantly, if you want to survive, don't annoy him. The down-on-his-luck scientist gulped inside, trying to steady his nerves in this oversized fake French palace. He just kept thinking, surely he can't be that big. He almost talked himself into believing that the accounts of the creature were just that, tall tales, until a huge figure began lumbering into the main chamber. It was him, SCP-082, also known as Fernand the Cannibal. SCP-082 was an 8-foot-tall hulking monster, built sturdier than the castles it likes to imagine are its true home. Swollen, bloated, and grossly out of proportion, the creature clocks in at over 700 pounds, most of which is pure muscle that's almost impossible to pierce with conventional weaponry. SCP-082 stopped just feet away and stared at Dr. Maxwell with its beady, sunken-in eyes, like a hungry rat. Just the sight of it struck terror into Dr. Maxwell's heart, but he didn't dare show his fear. Instead, he remembered his brief training, bowing politely and forcing a smile, referring to the creature as Your Highness, and profusely thanking it for granting him an audience. The monster continued staring without saying anything, and then gave a wide, lockjawed grin, showing off its huge teeth. It did everything through gritted teeth, except eat and sing. Dr. Maxwell hoped he wouldn't be a part of either activity. Fernand gave a low, booming chuckle. He thanked Dr. Maxwell for coming to give him some company and invited him to come further inside and take a seat, adding, with a sly wink, that he won't bite. The monster complained that he so rarely gets visitors to the palace these days, but he omitted the fact that the main reason for this was his tendency to devour them. Maxwell nodded and followed the giant deeper into its oversized abode. He couldn't help but notice that the monster's arms looked like huge, fleshy punching bags. He knew that if Fernand wanted to, he could easily crush him flat, just like he'd done to so many unfortunate guards during containment breaches. Fernand told Dr. Maxwell that he was thinking of having some decorating work done. The walls of his palace were starting to look awfully drab, and he gestured to one covered with a rusty red streak. Maxwell remembered that D-class cleaners were sent into the containment cell twice a month to tidy any of Fernand's messes, but they often ended up becoming one of the messes themselves. The creature encouraged Maxwell to take a seat at his oversized dining table, while he tended to a pot of what he said was full of delicious onion soup. Maxwell obliged his host's request and took a seat at a huge chair that made him look like a 6-year-old sitting at the grown-ups table. Meanwhile, Fernand was using a huge machete-like knife to cleave onions in half for his bubbling pot of stew. Even though Fernand had shown no signs of outward aggression, as he watched the cannibal hack away at onions with his enormous knife, Maxwell could feel himself beginning to sweat. After all, they didn't call this creature the Cannibal for nothing. This was a monster with a truly horrifying body count. During previous containment breaches, it had taken enough tranquilizer to put down 2 elephants to subdue the creature, but not before multiple agents quite literally lost their heads in the process. Fernand was able to bite them off with one huge chomp like he was eating a drumstick, snapping right through the bone with his incredible tooth and jaw strength. Surprisingly, when he wasn't on a violent rampage, Foundation researchers had found SCP-082 to be unusually polite and forthcoming, offering the researchers plenty of information about himself and his past. The only problem was that almost everything the creature said was a complete lie. From his time as a researcher, Maxwell knew that there were only a few details about the creature that could be ascertained for certain. SCP-082 would reliably answer to the name Fernand, and genetically, Fernand was technically human. The means by which Fernand became so grotesquely huge, strong, and cannibalistic are still unknown. Foundation personnel are still looking into whether it's due to some kind of anomalous genetic mutation, or by more supernatural means. All we know is that he's big, unpredictable, and extremely dangerous. Dr. Robert Maxwell sat terrified at the dining table of SCP-082, listening to Fernand's slightly dull blade chop through the final onion, which he then tossed into the boiling soup. Fernand had switched the topic of conversation to one of his favorite fictional characters, Hannibal Lecter. Of course, Hannibal the Cannibal isn't quite so fictional to Fernand. While he's been shown to be extremely intelligent in terms of puzzle solving and memory, he seems to have no understanding of the distinctions between fiction and reality. He assumes all movies and TV shows are a form of documentary or reality television. And ever since seeing The Silence of the Lambs, Fernand has been eager to meet with Dr. Lecter, which he emphasized to Maxwell over and over. Since trying to explain the concept of fiction to Fernand had never previously worked, Maxwell simply told him that Dr. Lecter is extremely busy at the moment, but will visit whenever he gets a chance. This seemed to satisfy Fernand, who placed 2 large bowls of steaming soup on the table before sitting down a little too close to Maxwell. He couldn't help but notice that the giant cannibal was now sitting within biting distance, and as a lowly D-class, nobody would be rushing in to save him if things went south. Fernand began ranting through his clenched teeth once more, occasionally stopping to consume a hefty spoonful of onion soup. Maxwell was sure to do the same, not wanting to seem anything less than polite. But soon the tenor of Fernand's rant began to shift. Typically the monster spoke French or heavily accented English. Now he was affecting the accent of a Victorian gentleman, peppering his speech with tally-ho and the game is afoot. Maxwell was confused at first, but quickly realized the game Fernand was playing. It's well known that Fernand is a pathological liar who likes to play numerous characters, changing his mannerisms and clothes accordingly. These personas have included a vampire, Big Bird, Andre the Giant, Foundation researcher Dr. Bright,
the Incredible Hulk, Alexander the Great, Captain Hook, Dr. Frankenstein, and Frankenstein's monster. And, of course, in this case, the iconic fictional detective, Sherlock Holmes. Fearing for his life in this strange situation, Dr. Maxwell did the only thing he could: play along. As Fernand reeled off his Holmesian delusions, Maxwell began to play the role of Dr. John Watson, asking follow-up questions and complimenting Fernand's impeccable deductive reasoning. And it seemed to be working. Fernand played along too, acting as though the two of them really were Arthur Conan Doyle's crime-fighting duo. Towards the end of their game, Dr. Maxwell was even starting to enjoy it, amazed that his quick thinking was actually keeping him safe. But just then, the cannibal froze, as if in a trance. He locked eyes with Dr. Maxwell, like a mad dog that you can't tell if it's going to bite you or not. He saw the creature's gargantuan teeth separating, its huge jaws stretching open. This could surely only mean one thing. Dr. Maxwell winced and prepared for death, cursing that all of his quick thinking had amounted to nothing. Fernand leaned towards him, his gaping maw with its hot onion-scented breath just inches away from Maxwell. And then, he began to sing. The cannibal broke into a raucous Victorian pub song, happy and jovial. In his moment of terror, Dr. Maxwell had forgotten that this was the other reason SCP-082 opens his nightmarish jaws. Relief washed over him, as he knew he was safe, at least for the moment. Not long after, Foundation guards arrived and escorted him from the cell, leaving the delusional giant to his own devices back in the so-called palace. The former researcher had done it. He had bested Fernand the cannibal, and hopefully it would be the last time he'd ever be face to face with that deranged giant. Unfortunately for Dr. Robert Maxwell, in a performance review later that week, one of his superiors remarked that Fernand enjoyed his company and he had done a great job. Such a good job, in fact, that Fernand insisted he have Dr. Maxwell for dinner, or any other meal for that matter, sometime very soon. Nobody should ever have to find out what a human body smells like, especially as it's being eaten. Sally clasped both hands over her face, trying desperately to block out the smell and to trap in her nervous breathing. She couldn't bring herself to look. Every bone in her body wanted to take off running through the forest, back out onto the interstate, to try and find some help. But there was nothing she could do. She could never outrun that thing. It was too fast, too savage. Even if she could convince someone on the highway to pull over and help her, they would just tell her she was going crazy. Maybe she was. Then the smell of her husband's body drifted over to her on the wind as the crunching sound of inhuman jaws filled the air. Panic set in. Then silence. She couldn't hear anything, not even a whisper in the trees. Had she done it? Had she survived? That's when a red sneaker stepped out from behind the tree, and Sally stared into the eyes of the blood-spattered hedgehog. Now, Sally had never been a gamer growing up. Sure, she played a little bit of Mario Kart and had a few Nintendogs back in the day, but the word gamer just wasn't for her. However, love conquers all, and when she found the man of her dreams, she decided that it would be worth at least giving some of his hobbies a go. They started off nice and easy, playing a bit of Stardew Valley, Minecraft, and maybe some Overcooked here and there. But before long, the pair of them were sitting down every day after work, headsets on and controllers in hand, ready to dive into the latest adventure. Just recently, the couple had gotten into retro games, going back and playing classics like Battletoads and Streets of Rage. The challenge was addictive, so when her husband John came home with a copy of an unmarked NES game, Sally was intrigued, to say the least. John explained that he had found it listed on eBay under a very suspicious account. He had gone to pick up the game after work that day, expecting to be greeted by the smiling face of the seller. Instead, he found a blank gray cartridge and a very brief manual wrapped together with an elastic band on a street corner. The seller had listed it for virtually nothing, and based on the description,
seemed very eager to get rid of the game for some reason. So eager that he must not have wanted to stick around to even hand it over. Sally, already bored with this backstory, snatched the manual up and read the title of the game, Professor Gould's Terrifying Horror Challenge. There was no artwork, no branding, no publisher, no stickers, nothing to differentiate this game from being just a blank cartridge. As far as Sally knew, it could have been a virus, some kind of malware game designed to brick their NES. But the words horror and challenge from the title sold her. She blew on the pins in the cartridge and slotted it into place in the NES. A black screen appeared with nothing on it but two options, single player or two player. Sally uncoiled a second controller and handed it to John with a grin. You ready? Sally hit two player, and a new screen came up. Are the people holding the controllers the people who want to play the game? Yes or no? Sally hit yes. A shrill beep filled the room, high-pitched and grating on their ears. John immediately grabbed for the remote and turned the volume down on the TV, but the beep just kept going. The screen was a bright red, filling the room with an unnatural bloody light. John tried to hit the off button on the remote, but the TV stayed red, and the beeping sound continued, filling their tiny apartment. Getting up and rushing over to the TV, John tried to unplug it, but it was no use. The beeping noise and the red screen persisted. He looked back at his wife in confusion, but she was looking somewhere else entirely. There was a rat in the corner of the room with mottled fur, bloated flesh, and cracked teeth. It stared right into Sally's eyes, salivating. Without a moment's hesitation, she leaped up onto the couch and screamed. But instead of running away, the rat slowly crept forward, looking almost as if it was smiling. Then a second one appeared, crawling out from behind the couch, followed by a third in the doorway, and a fourth beneath the TV. Dozens of rats filled the room, swarming in from all directions, climbing over one another in a desperate attempt to get into the tiny apartment, to get to Sally and John. Sally clambered onto the couch with her laptop and tried to kick away any of the rats clambering up onto the furniture, but it was no use. For every rat she kicked away, another one appeared, until soon they were climbing their way up John's jeans, their sharp little claws digging into his flesh. The rats tore at Sally's clothes, climbing over one another desperately, heading towards her mouth, trying to burrow their way in. Hairy bodies filled her vision, and the stench of disease made her gag. Seizing an opportunity, a rat tried to clamber through her open jaws. She felt its tiny paws scrabbling at her tongue. With tears filling her eyes, she took one fleeting look at the man she loved and noticed something behind him. A giant yellow bottle with the words "rat poison" stamped into the side was sitting precariously on top of their cabinet. Half stumbling, half swimming, Sally pushed her way through the throng of rats filling their apartment and desperately grabbed the bottle from on top of the cabinet. Throwing the rats off her hands, she managed to unscrew the lid, held the bottle high over her head, and poured the thick, stinking liquid all over the swarm of rats threatening to engulf her. The chorus of death filled the room. Whether it was the sound of the rats dying or their bodies being evaporated by the poison, she couldn't tell. All she could do was push through to try and find her husband and save him too. And miraculously, within just a few seconds, all of the rats had disappeared. The room was empty, the same as it had always been. Even the big yellow bottle was gone from her hand. All she could do was stare at John as he stared back at her, as the words, "Level 1, complete," appeared above their heads. Welcome to SCP-1315, the most visceral, most real, and most dangerous horror game you will ever have the misfortune of playing. It's not too late to back out at the menu screen when you select how many players you want. It's not even too late at the confirmation screen, but once you're in the game, there's no turning back. Either you beat the game, or you die trying. Beating this game is no easy feat. A copy of SCP-1315 has been in Foundation containment since 1986, but in all of that time, only one D-Class personnel has managed to make it to level 33. It is not known how many levels there are, but there is theoretically a final boss.
The reason why no one has been able to beat it thus far is that with each level, the difficulty of the game increases. Relatively minor challenges in the first few levels give way to extremely difficult, life-threatening scenarios as the player progresses. These levels broadly follow the same pattern each time, but individual levels often contain an element of randomness. For example, level 1 that Sally and John played contained rats, but other tests have shown subjects being swarmed by insects and spiders, often coinciding with established phobias that the subject has reported prior to the experiment. 2 hours later, John and Sally were running low on ammo. With both couches pushed against the door to the lounge, they both hunkered down behind the TV, loading the remains of their shells into the shotguns. From out in the hallway, they could hear the heavy footsteps of more animals rushing towards them. When the pounding on their door had first started, they assumed it had been their neighbor coming up to complain about their screaming and running around in the previous levels. John had been so deep in thought trying to work out what their cover story could be, that when he opened the door and saw an adult grizzly bear standing on its hind legs in front of him, it had taken him almost too long to react. Sprinting back into the lounge, he found his wife already loading rounds into the shotgun that had suddenly appeared on the floor in front of her. With a grim expression on her face, she seemed to have accepted their new reality, that this was a game they were going to have to fight their way through. But with every bear they shot as it tried to push its way into their lounge, 2 more had appeared just minutes later. While they had been conservative with their ammo, aiming for the heads and not taking any risks, the pair was starting to run dangerously low. Was there an objective they were missing? Were they supposed to have done something to progress through the level? Sally mashed a couple buttons on the NES controller, and then some text appeared on the red screen. Objective: survive. 4 bears appeared in the doorway and pushed hard against the couch. It slid out of the way and they charged into the room. Sally and John desperately took down the first 2 of them, but the dreaded click of the triggers told them they had nothing left. Closing their eyes and bracing themselves for the worst, the pounding of heavy paws on their vinyl floor suddenly stopped. The bears had disappeared. Level 3 complete. Well, whatever's next can't be worse than that, surely. But it was. They managed to hold out in their apartment until level 9. But then the windows behind their heads smashed into 1,000 shards as a black-booted SWAT team swung into the room. With barely any time to react, Sally and John pushed their way out of the apartment and braced themselves down to their car. Slamming both doors closed, they took off racing towards the highway as the SWAT vehicles pursued them. 3 hours later, the couple was running low on gas, swerving their way along the interstate, their eyes on the mirrors constantly. The pair was pretty certain they'd managed to lose their assailants. Slowing their car to the speed limit, they gently weaved their way through the traffic towards the nearest gas station. Trying their best not to look suspicious, the 2 of them went inside, keen to stock up on supplies. Who knew how long this game would go on for? They had already been active for hours and were exhausted. With the SWAT team hopefully long behind them now, the adrenaline rush was starting to wear off, and the reality of this situation was starting to set in. Hopefully, there were just 10 levels and they only had 1 to go. With the sinking feeling in their chests, each one of them realized it was more than likely to be 100. Definitely time to stock up on some supplies. They were barely halfway around the gas station when the words, Level 9, complete, flashed in the sky above them. Both John and Sally froze where they were and stared at each other over the aisles. A blue flash darted past them outside the windows, then again going the other way. Sally ran over to the counter and banged on the glass. "Lock the door! Lock the door!" But the teenager just looked at her in confusion. And now it was Sally's turn to look around and see her husband staring in horror. On the other side of the glass, standing between 2 gas pumps, was Sonic.EXE. With haunting red eyes, rows and rows of sharp teeth, and blood dripping from his mouth, the hedgehog stared intently. Sally pointed out the window and turned to the teenager, yelling, but the girl took a step back, looking scared of her. The girl couldn't see it. She couldn't see Sonic. For all these challenges, all the things they'd been fighting, was it just in her head? But there was no time to worry about that. Sally ran towards the door to the back of the shop. Hearing the footsteps of her husband running after her, she kicked open the fire exit but froze immediately. Sonic.EXE was standing there in front of her smiling. It was toying with them. They needed to run to get out of here as quickly as possible, but how could they outrun Sonic? "Hey, Sonic!" John yelled from behind her. "You hungry?" He pushed Sally out of the way and threw a handful of chili dogs out into the forest. Hearing hungry, Sonic spun around and chased after his favorite food as quickly as possible. That had only bought them a few moments of time, but maybe that was all that they would get. Sally and John ran back through the convenience store and out the front. They couldn't run, but they could at least try to hide. A semi-truck had to slam on the brakes as the pair of them ran across the interstate. Without a choice of running anywhere else, all they could do was dart into the woods on the other side and hope that Sonic had a bad sense of smell. But as they ran through the woods, they could hear an ominous voice echoing behind them. "Gotta go fast. Gotta go faster than that." Sally found a tree and dived into cover just at the right moment. Her husband wasn't so lucky. There was a flash of blue and a horrible crunching sound before his body hit the ground. Sonic.EXE was on top of him in a heartbeat, rows of sharp teeth gnashing. Sally clasped both hands over her face, trying desperately to block out the smell and trap her nervous breathing. She couldn't bring herself to look. Every bone in her body wanted to take off running through the forest, out onto the road to try and find some help. But there was nothing she could do. She could never outrun that thing. It was too fast, too savage. Even if she could convince someone on the highway to pull over and help her, they would just tell her she was going crazy. Maybe she was. Then the smell of her husband's body drifted over to her on the wind as the crunching sound of inhuman jaws filled her ears. New tears flowed. Then, silence. She couldn't hear anything, not even a whisper in the trees. Had she done it? Had she survived? Then a red sneaker stepped out from behind the tree, and Sally stared into the eyes of the blood-splattered, deranged hedgehog. Sally blinked, and it was gone. Level 10, complete. The open forest stretched out in front of her. Without a moment to catch her breath, Sally took off running into the country on her own. Whatever was coming next, she had to be ready for it. The creature let out an unmistakable squeal of rage as stimulus Y-835 took effect. Dr. Christensen pressed his face up against the glass, eager to see the results. It had to work this time. It simply had to. He was certain that this attempt would make all the other failures worth it, and he'd once again prove the Foundation's faith in him to be well-placed. SCP-5683 shrieked a loud, insect-like sound that would have normally made the blood run cold of anyone that heard it. But to Dr. Christensen, it was like music, a monster's dying fanfare to mark his success. Soon he'd be the researcher who neutralized not one, but two tenacious, highly adaptable anomalies. The senior researcher could feel his heart racing as the deadly giant spider started to twitch, then burst into two identical entities. The pair of arachnid anomalies had reacted much like the results of the tissue sample tests conducted earlier, dividing into two separate organisms. Christensen held his breath. The tissue samples had destroyed each other, attacking and injecting the other with lethal doses of venom. Surely, he reasoned, duplicating SCP-5683 into two would have the same result. His heart sank as he watched one of the spider creatures, the duplicate, perish almost immediately. As it often did when presented with human prey, SCP-5683 attacked using its mandibles and impaled its copy with its front legs to pin it in place. The clone had bitten back, with Dr. Christensen already knowing that would have granted SCP-5683 an immunity to its own venom. Its powers of adaptation were fiercely, frustratingly efficient, and nothing demonstrated this more than the intense reaction from the man tasked with destroying it. Dr. Christensen hurled the nearest object, a coffee mug, at a glass window of the observation room, overlooking the test chamber. He pounded his fist against the glass, hardly with the required force to cause damage, but enough to send pain shooting down Christensen's wrist, which then nestled in his forearm, a reminder that the experiment, like the others, had failed.
"Why can't I destroy you?"
he muttered through clenched teeth, looking with hatred at the enormous spider in the chamber below. The directive had reached him the day immediately after New Year's Day 2020.
and straight from a member of the O5 Council no less. Their message expressed how impressed the Council was with Dr. Christensen's success with the Doomsday Clock project, and how favorably his name had been mentioned in Council meetings. This boded well for the ambitious Foundation doctor. He'd been hoping to snag the director position at Site-04 now that Director Bray had retired. But there was one more test from the O5 Council. They wanted Dr. Christensen to use the knowledge garnered during his previous success to solve the SCP-5683 problem. If he could successfully complete that assignment, it would be his ticket to being promoted. With the comfy role of site director and all its perks in mind, Dr. Christensen accepted the assignment from the Council to deal with SCP-5683. SCP-5683 was quite the beast, not an anomaly for those with intense arachnophobia. The huge spider-like organism was extremely hostile towards humans and had to be kept in a constant state of medical sedation. Otherwise, it would relentlessly attempt to breach containment and slaughter any and all personnel in its path. What had made SCP-5683 such a problem for the Foundation was the creature's ability to rapidly regenerate damage, as well as modify its own body in reaction to threats. Much like a certain particularly hard-to-destroy reptile, the spider-like entity could adapt itself to become more resistant to any danger posed to it. And of course, this meant that the Foundation needed this dangerous creature eradicated. The frequent containment breaches and sheer number of casualties caused by the arachnid anomaly were significant enough to cause an increasing drain on the SCP Foundation's resources. So, with the termination order coming from the very top, the O5 Council themselves, Dr. Christensen was tasked with overseeing the neutralization of SCP-5683. During an initial deliberation, Dr. Christensen met with researcher Miles and Hall, junior researcher Silva, and security chief Ade to discuss earlier attempts to terminate SCP-5683. The new head of the termination project was perturbed to learn that the research team had little in the way of useful information to offer, beyond what the Foundation already knew about the creature. But Christensen decided some basic stress testing would at least be a start. After a successful tissue sample test, wherein some of SCP-5683's genetic material was incinerated, Dr. Christensen tried to simply destroy the spider with fire. An understandable response, to say the least. However, exposing SCP-5683 to temperatures of 850 degrees Celsius for just 30 seconds didn't quite yield the easy victory he had hoped for. The arachnid thrashed about and screeched in reaction to the heat, only to rapidly develop a form of armor plating covering its entire body. The armor was comprised of an unknown, unidentifiable substance, but it was enough to prevent SCP-5683 from combusting. Reconvening with the rest of the team, Dr. Christensen hid his pride, assuring everyone he was just trying to establish a baseline during the previous test. Of course, he hadn't believed that terminating SCP-5683 with fire would be a success, or so he claimed, hiding how much he'd longed for an easy solution so he could snatch up the vacant Site-04 director position. But to ensure the others, Christensen explained that he'd requisitioned some anomalous materials from the O5 Council that they'd be using in their next termination attempts. Nothing that was anomalous enough to require containment, but toxic enough that they presented a few options for destroying SCP-5683. Just for logging purposes, sir, may I inquire about the specific substances we're shipping in? Junior researcher Sylvia had asked. Of course, Y220, Y835, and Y43. Dr. Christensen quickly recounted them all from memory. I'm told they should be arriving within the week. I expect each would be enough to do the job, but it's best to hedge our bets. This spider doesn't compare to the lizard, I'll tell you that. Junior researcher Silva seemed to take an interest in what Dr. Christensen had just alluded to, his previous work with the lizard. He probed further about it, and Christensen gave a solemn response. The aspiring Foundation doctor recalled an incident from a few years earlier during his experimentation with SCP-682. Some of the methods Dr. Christensen had opted to employ in an attempt to destroy the hard-to-destroy reptile had led to a severe containment breach. When describing it, he used the word unpleasant, perhaps out of guilt at how many personnel had lost their lives due to his actions. Brushing the topic aside, he assured the team to get on with testing the new anomalous stimuli on SCP-5683. Stimulus Y220 initially showed some promise. During a tissue sample test, it successfully converted part of SCP-5683 into glass, which then violently exploded, leaving nothing behind. But attempts to use it to neutralize the creature itself quickly quashed those promising results. Within 9 seconds of being exposed to Stimulus Y220, SCP-5683's body rapidly turned to glass. Around 80% of its arachnid mass proceeded to explode, shattering in all directions, sending clear shards showering over the testing chamber. As he watched, Dr. Christensen allowed himself to believe that this was mission accomplished, that he'd successfully terminated SCP-5683. But his celebration was premature. The spider quickly began reconstituting itself, its body regenerating within the space of 30 seconds. After testing with both stimuli Y220 and Y835, Dr. Christensen's frustration seemed to be increasing with each failed attempt. He knew his promotion was within reach, and as far as he could remember, he'd done good work with damaging SCP-682. Why should eradicating this anomalous spider be any different? However, it was a test with stimulus Y436 that enraged the ambitious doctor. Expecting the anomalous stimulant to turn SCP-5683 into a fine mist, Christensen watched as the creature's body vanished, literally vaporizing, changing states of matter to little more than water in the air. Suddenly, every light in the facility powered off, plunging the testing chamber into darkness. When the lights came back on, SCP-5683 was standing on all 8 legs, right where it had been missed only 3 seconds earlier. The research team had gathered for another mediation, and Dr. Christensen's anger still hadn't subsided. He kicked a chair to emphasize his frustration, alarming junior researcher Silva, who urged him to calm down. After eventually cooling his temper, Christensen made an announcement that caused even greater concern to spread amongst the team. I'm requisitioning Y910. Researcher Halls and Researcher Miles objected, trying to get Dr. Christensen to realize that the course of this action was excessive, overkill even. But Christensen disregarded them, standing by his latest method for terminating SCP-5683. The Global Occult Coalition had previously used Y910 to poison gods. He felt sure that it would work on one anomalous giant spider. His time was running short. Dr. Christensen was aware that any day now, the O5 Council would be appointing a replacement director of Site-04, and he wanted that promotion. And he didn't seem to care what corners he cut and what risks he took to get there, even if it meant endangering his research personnel. Dr. Christensen declared that in order to save time, he would be bypassing tissue samples to test for termination attempts. The longer it took to terminate the anomalous arachnid, the more his window of opportunity closed, and the further the director position slipped from his fingertips. Accepting full responsibility for the reckless decision and anything that might go wrong, Dr. Christensen wanted to use Stimulus Y910 directly on SCP-5683. He urged the research team to make the necessary preparations, unaware of what his decision would lead to, and the chaos it had already caused. The test was catastrophic, so much so that it caused a containment breach. With SCP-5683 loose and scuttling about the facility on its multiple legs, Dr. Christensen and junior researcher Silva were forced to rush to the secure bunker on site for safety. Christensen was in a state of panic until he noticed something, and not for the first time either. He'd been detecting a foul smell whenever he'd conducted the meetings to discuss termination options. But the other members of the research team had quickly explained it was nothing more than repeated accidents in the cafeteria. But here was the stench again, worse than ever. Yet junior researcher Silva brushed it off again, stating that SCP-5683 must have gotten into the facility's reactor. The junior researcher quickly became inconsolable, stating that the whole situation was his fault. Dr. Christensen interjected, demanding to know how it was and what Silva had done to cause this situation. He replied that it was his duty to oppose ill-advised actions, and when Christensen had declared his intention to use Y910, the junior researcher hadn't opposed him. Shifting the blame from himself onto his subordinate, Dr. Christensen chastised Silva over how many personnel had died because of the junior researcher's refusal to do his job, ignoring that it was Christensen's own ambitions that had led to the current chaos. Refusing to be made a scapegoat, Dr. Christensen vowed to pin the full culpability for SCP-5683's containment breach onto junior researcher Silva, saying he'd tell the O5 Council the so-called truth about what had happened. But Silva pointed out that there wasn't much of a likelihood that the bunker would survive the reactor overloading. He urged the ambitious Foundation doctor to admit some responsibility of his own for what had happened, but Christensen refused. Suddenly, there came a thunderous banging at the bunker door. A debilitating pang of fear struck Dr. Christensen, causing him to scream and retreat from the entrance, yelling "No" and "Please," as if he was pleading with the universe itself to spare him from the spider. Junior researcher Silva walked over to the bunker door just as strong arachnid legs tore the heavy steel bulkhead off its hinges like it was made of little more than wet paper. There was SCP-5683, the enormous spider skittering into the bunker, screeching all the while. Silva had put himself between SCP-5683 and the ambitious Foundation doctor, whose hunger for a promotion had led to all this carnage. The junior researcher announced his noble intention to sacrifice himself, occupying the creature while urging Christensen to run. The doctor shoved Silva towards the spider and prepared to run, then all of a sudden, SCP-5683 vanished. Junior researcher Silva told Dr. Christensen he was disappointed, before researcher Miles, researcher Hall, and security chief Ade all entered the bunker through the torn open hole where the door had been. Christensen questioned where SCP-5683 had gone, to which Silva explained there was little reason to keep a dummy around once it had served its purpose as a substitute. "You mentioned you worked with the lizards, sir," the junior researcher recounted, "that there was a containment breach. If you don't terribly mind me asking, how did you escape that situation? It seemed quite lethal, didn't it?" Afraid and confused, Dr. Christensen asked where he was. Hall and Miles urged him not to ask questions he already knew the answer to. Silva explained who they all were, a jury, specifically Dr. Christensen's jury, and according to them, the ambitious doctor had disgraced himself again. Christensen had been there for a long time, a considerably long time, reliving the same events over and over again, with SCP-5683 acting as a substitute for SCP-682. It was the same situation, he'd made the same decisions, the same mistakes, and it had cost lives. Now Dr. Christensen was trapped in an endless loop, penance for the casualties that had occurred at his hands, all in the pursuit of his own selfish personal gain. He asked the jury how long he'd be stuck there, a question Silva responded to with, "Until you take responsibility, sir." Immediately, Dr. Christensen tried to admit that this all had been his fault, but he didn't mean it. Not really. He hadn't accepted blame. He just wanted a quick and easy way out of the loop, and the jury of his deceased personnel knew it. Christensen ran for the door in the hopes of escaping his fate. Futile as his chances were, a black iron chain appeared from around the corner and wrapped itself around the overambitious doctor's throat, ignorant of his pleas for forgiveness, saying he was sorry wouldn't bring back the people who died in service of his aspirations to becoming a site director. The chain dragged Dr. Christensen through the facility at such a speed that he collided with every wall and every corner as he turned sharply, being pulled along the floor. But that and the walls quickly crumbled away, revealing a sight that made Dr. Christensen start screaming that it wasn't his fault, and he never really stopped. What followed involved a great deal of blood and fire. Once it was over, it left behind the same awful stench the doctor had smelt before, and he'd soon be smelling it again too, as the cycle repeated itself. The directive had come straight from a member of the O5 Council. They were impressed with Dr. Christensen, and the ambitious Foundation doctor had been hoping to snag a director position at Site-04. But there was one final test for Dr. Christensen to solve the SCP-5683 problem.
Hey there, thrill seekers! Are you ready to get crazy? Are you ready to get extreme? Are you ready to taste the real hardcore? We here at SCP Explained know that you love a little excitement in your life. You're the kind of stone-cold solid gold bad dude whose idea of a relaxing afternoon is a staring contest with SCP-173. And you're so tough you're gonna make the peanut blink first. You're the kind of person who'd punch SCP-682 and make him apologize for grazing your fist. You wouldn't even back down from the Scarlet King himself, making the Monarch of Ultimate Despair say, "That's pretty cool, man. Respect." But if you want a genuine thrill ride, something that'll really put hair on your chest, you need to get your butt on a truly hardcore roller coaster. What? Too chicken? Afraid of a little motion sickness or something? Or maybe you've been freaked out by some of the so-called horrifying accidents that happened on roller coasters, like the 1972 Big Dipper disaster, or the 1986 Fantasyland Mindbender catastrophe. Get real. When has a little death scared anyone at the SCP Foundation? And besides, nothing is more awesome than an extreme roller coaster. And believe us, any other roller coaster will feel like kiddie stuff compared to the absolute beast that we're gonna tell you about today. If you're a roller coaster novice, maybe you should try something like the Takabisha over in the Fuji-Q Highland theme park in Japan. This baby boasts a 121-degree drop, famous for making people fall out of their seats. Or maybe you want to try something like Yukon Striker over in Canada. This widowmaker of a coaster has floorless seats, a 360-degree flip, 4 inversions, and a 75-meter drop. That's a little too tame for your taste? If you're feeling really brave, you can hop on the King to Ka over in the New Jersey Six Flags theme park. You'll get a super fast 90-degree climb, followed by a bone-stripping 139-meter drop, a 129-foot camel hump, and a 270-degree spiral. Ha! That'll give you a healthy dose of vitamin G-force. Why are we telling you all about this? Because compared to SCP-2183, all those coasters are like riding a tricycle with stabilizers in your mom's backyard. There's no coaster more powerful, more thrilling, and more adrenaline-pumping than SCP-2183. Let's take a look at some of the specs. You can find this bad boy in an undisclosed location somewhere in Idaho. This ride is so hardcore, the killjoys over at the SCP Foundation don't want you to ride it. But if the lamos over at the Foundation had their way, nobody would be having any fun. Am I right? Look at how they put the kibosh on the Carnival of Horrors, or as they call it, SCP-823. Anyone who wants to go on one of those rides will just have met the business end of a Foundation sniper rifle. And think about all the kids who've been deprived of the awesome childhood experience of Cragglewood Park, aka SCP-2571, because the Foundation party poopers decided to rain on everybody's parade. It's safe to say that if the Foundation wants to keep you away from it, you're gonna have a dope time with it. And the SCP-2183 roller coaster is no exception. They have the whole park blocked off and patrolled by at least 4 security guards at any given time. People who see this beast in action are given Class F amnestics, and they've spared no expense in suppressing anything about this coaster to end all coasters in the media. But trust us, getting a ride on this thing is totally more than worth getting on the SCP Foundation's bad side. That's right, this killer coaster has a max height of 37.2 meters and a max speed of almost 90 kilometers per hour. You can't drive that fast anywhere but the Autobahn over in Germany. Sure, it may technically be unfinished, but this bad boy still has a physical track length of 798.8 meters. You're probably wondering why we said physical there, right? That's because when it comes to SCP-2183, the real ride starts when the track comes to an end, baby. When the ride starts a-rolling, it blasts down the normal tracks like a bullet. But when the track ends and the carts fire off, they don't fall. No way. The carts keep speeding mid-air, continuing on the intended track from the roller coaster's initial badass blueprints. But that doesn't mean this ride does everything by the books. SCP-2183 is a ride that knows how to party. There's never any predicting the exact ride length, because every time the carts fire off the uncompleted section of track, they take a totally different path back to the start. That makes SCP-2183 officially the most unpredictable roller coaster in the entire world. The shortest recorded length of the non-physical section of track is 1,080 meters. That's almost double the length of the physical track. And the maximum length of the non-physical portion of the track has been 5,460 meters, which is over twice the length of the Nagashima Spa Land Steel Dragon 2000, the longest roller coaster in the world. But we know what you adrenaline junkies are thinking. It ain't just the length that gets a major buff, it's also the height and speed. Top recorded heights on the mid-air tracks have been up to 100 meters, making it the 5th tallest roller coaster in the world. And speeds have reached a face-melting 180 kilometers an hour, making it the 4th fastest roller coaster in the world. But maybe like Shania Twain, that don't impress you much. We get it. You're probably thinking, 5th tallest? 4th fastest? I thought you said this coaster was truly hardcore, SCP explained. But like a good coaster, that's just because we haven't hit you with the big twist yet. That twist being, everything we just told you only applies to when the carts are empty. When someone is actually on this absolute monster of a roller coaster, it starts to do things you wouldn't believe. For you to really understand just how off the rails crazy this train can go, we've got to tell you about D93730, also known as the Rider. When the Rider woke up that morning, neither he nor the Foundation researchers handling him knew he was going to become a legend. As far as D-classes go, this guy was actually pretty lucky, seeing that he'd been convicted of one of the less severe crimes that constitute D-class duty. He was actually part of a release program, allowing him to eventually exit the Foundation alive and return to a normal life after he'd been involved in a certain number of studies. It seemed like a pretty fair trade. However, this was a real pearls before swine situation. Any true coaster head would relish the opportunity to take a joyride on SCP-2183. It'd be the greatest honor of their lives. But for the Rider, all it was a source of sweaty palms and an increased heart rate. Ha! Talk about weak sauce, am I right? He had no idea he was in for the ride of his life, in what would be both the first and last human test of SCP-2183. They sat him down on one of the carts, strapped and buckled him in with the safety bar, and got that baby rolling. When the ride began, the carts took the normal path down the physical portion of the track. But as expected, things got crazy when the carts hit the anomalous portion. Though nobody expected just how crazy this ride would get, least of all our lucky little rider himself. Ha! If he could still talk, I'm sure he would have changed his tune by now. The rider's cart detached from the rest during the mid-air portion and took a sharp right, going off on its own adventure around the rest of the abandoned park. Everybody knew this was going to be something special, because even the Foundation squares had never seen a cart act like this before. It looped around the whole place several times before whizzing through the park like a cruise missile, weaving between rides, stalls, and concession stands with ease. It was traveling blink and you'll miss it fast. This thing wasn't just white knuckle intense, it was broken knuckle intense. The rest of the carts returned to the starting point again and came to a stop, but the rider wasn't getting off that easy. There's a reason we call SCP-2183 the most intense roller coaster in this crazy world of ours. The cart containing the rider went AWOL, heading north out of the park at high speeds, putting it on a disastrous collision course with a nearby town. Well, disastrous if you work for the SCP Foundation. Totally awesome for the rest of us. The thing about a ride on SCP-2183 is that you really get your money's worth. When people nickname this thing the Ride Never Ends, they don't just do that for fun. This ride literally never ends. Over the first few weeks of the rider's ride, the Foundation just tried to suppress news of sightings from spreading. Multiple people around the nearest Idaho towns reported seeing a flying roller coaster cart zipping around the sky. Thankfully for the killjoys of the world, that kind of thing is easily written off as a trick of the mind. But this didn't stop the rider's epic thrill ride from tearing it up all across Idaho. Over the next few months, this party train really hit the road. Metaphorically speaking, of course. This cart constantly remained 120 to 150 meters above the ground and kept traveling at consistent speeds of over 200 kilometers an hour. That makes it roughly tied for the second fastest roller coaster in the world. The people lucky enough to spot this bad boy in action reported that they heard a panicked, terrifying screaming coming from inside the cart as it passed. That's how you know that the rider was having a hell of a time in there. Real shame that anyone who spotted it got a big old dose of Class A amnestics from the Killjoy Brigade. Speaking of those squares, the SCP Foundation tried multiple times to stop the ride and save the rider from this awesome experience. They sent in helicopters and lowered ladders down to him, but the rider, perhaps finally appreciating what a gift he was given here, kept his arms fastened to his sides, his face forced into a permanent grimace. Nobody knew how he could still be alive, despite having no food or water in all this time. Ha! We can only guess it's because SCP-2183 is just that awesome. Anytime these Foundation dweebs try to get near the cart, it immediately undertook evasive maneuvers and got the hell out of there. Nobody could bring this ultimate ride to an end. In the end, the SCP Foundation proved they could take being anti-fun to straight-up military proportions. They approved firing a missile at this piece of coaster dream tech, hoping to finally bring its awesomeness to an end. After making a valiant effort to avoid them, the missile eventually struck the cart. They thought the rider inside was dead, but the cart kept flying for another 4 years before finally crashing 34 kilometers from the rest of the ride. Relatively unscathed, probably after crashing into one of those beefy Idaho pigeons. And as the Foundation would soon find out, the rider was still around too. He just wasn't in the cart anymore. Nope, he was suspended in the air in a seated position 124 meters above the crashed carts. We call him the rider, cause he's still riding to this very day. And if anyone comes within a 50-meter radius of him in any direction, he'll just fly away until he's alone again. We don't know about you, but we think the rider's whole permanent flying situation isn't a horrific purgatory of eternal torment if he's alive under his comatose state. It's actually the ultimate ride. And really, what more could you want out of life, right? Sometimes people working on the site see him sitting in the cars, often only for a split second. He's one with the coaster now. Total nirvana. Like we said before, kids, the ride never ends. Now go check out A Sea Snail's Fantasy, SCP-1867, A Gentleman, and SCP-5094, Miss J's WizKid Schoolhouse for more interesting safe class SCPs. Totally radical!